I will immediately leave the floor for the panel of circularity and Mariana Santana, who will introduce the speakers, and then we go.
Thank you, Simon. Hello, good morning. So we start this morning with a panel about circularity, and we will have with us, as Simon said, Kerstin Müller, Jan de Wilder, and Mark Fron. I will quickly introduce each one of the panelists, and then I think we will start with the presentations. We have first Kerstin, then Jan, and then we sit here and we start the discussion. Mark will go first, and then myself, and then everyone and the public. So just a little protocol of process. So Kerstin studied in architecture in University of Stuttgart and in Lyon. Since I think it's 2013, she's in Basel, 2013 in in situ, and nowadays she kind of is has her own side track, Circular, a sister or a brother or a kind of a family member of in situ, and she has been working quite deeply in this question of circularity, reuse of components, storage of components, and we will hear greatly about it. Kerstin was also a guest professor here in KIT some semesters, and now, and to this semester, she is a professor. Then we have Jan de Wilder, the Flemish architect, and somehow he divides his life between many things. He divides his life between Ghent and Zurich. He has several offices, at least 3 accounted offices that I could find. Atelier Jan de Wilder Inc., Architect en de Wilder Vic Tailleux, Jan de Wilder Inc. de Vic. And the same way, Jan de Wilder has taught in several universities and institutions, and nowadays he's a full professor at ETH Zurich, where again he has another set of practices and projects. Universum Carousel Journey, a studio, Carousel Universum, Universum Carousel Journey, a studio, Carousel Journey Universum, a practice, Journey Universum Carousel, whatever. So, and then we have Professor Mark Fron, who is professor here in the school for the Fachgebiet Bauplanung, Entschuldigung, Mark, sorry, Raum und Entwerfen, and he studied in Germany and USA, and the same way he also has held several teaching positions between Germany and the US. Mark worked at OMA and collaborated in projects with Brandl Huber. Mark is co-founder of Fron Rojas, FAR, and in the same way as in his teaching experience, his office is a networked architectural design and research practice that divides their time and work between Berlin, Santiago de Chile, and Los Angeles. So I would like to call to the stage Kerstin. What? No, it's fine. Okay, then I can say who I am. I'm Mariana. Okay, I'm Mariana Santana. Oh, come on. Yeah, I'm architect associate in AJGF. I studied in Lisbon and also in Barcelona. And yeah, I mean, I started working in AJGF in 2012, and nowadays I'm also teaching assistant here in KIT. So welcome everyone, and we will open the floor.
Hello, good morning everybody. From my side too, some people found their way on a gorgeous fall morning here, Saturday morning. So I'm the first one. I thought that Jan will start, so you tricked me into this. But it's fine. I'll start. It's fine. So first I'm going to present the background I'm coming from. I'm coming from a sort of an assembly of sister companies. So we're a large family. We're basically a co-op. And the focus of these companies is basically they all have a different angle on maintaining the existing building stock. That's really the main target. So we're approaching that from different angles, and one is interim use, like temporary use of buildings that have fallen out of their purpose in order to find new people that can actually use the building as it is, with the goal of having very little interventions in the structure. Denkstadt, who does project development and also participation. And then Baubüro in situ, where I've worked for a long time doing planning and construction. And now the youngest sibling, like Mariana just said, about 2-3 years ago, is Circular, which with a focus on circular construction and reuse of building materials. So I've been pretty straightforward in my presentation here. I'm going to just sort of respond to what has been written in the program. So we're here talking about promises upon request, and I'm in the round here of promise of circularity. And so I'm starting from a side of people who actually made a promise on circularity recently. So this is a group of the so-called Big 12 in Switzerland. They are responsible for about 4 billion of construction investments per year. And they have just signed this charter of basically subscribing to a pioneering spirit, and that they have the aim of taking concrete steps towards circular construction. So here's a promise on circular construction, and one might think that this leads to some request, probably on our side, which it actually didn't do that much yet, who knows, right? So the only time that we have been faced with this straight request to do something really fully circular was by the EMPA unit sprint here in the Nest. So we made this one unit here. You can see just around the corner of Dirk's. He's a bit a floor up and around the corner. So that was the only one that the only time that we really, really were asked to do this. But normally it's much more, maybe a little bit, and a lot of what do you say? Convincing. Needs a lot of convincing that somebody actually has an interest to even tackle that topic, because it's not really, in some ways mandatory or in a big demand. So more promises from different sides. So promises that there is a way to construct circular, right? That this, we know this from the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, these cycles, that there is a biological cycle and a technical cycle. We can split all our components on our materials in, which works for some, but for some it's, at least today, it's really hard. There is this promise that there is products, like cradle-to-cradle products, that you buy, and then they fulfill this promise of being circular. And then there is this promise of like something like Madasta, like a catasta for materials, where they basically say, yeah, you can sort of, you store your information here, and then everything is sort of set for the next generations to be used again and put in another cycle. So there's this promise that the next generation will actually take advantage of what we are offering them, right? Because it's, in a way, it's an offer you're making when you're building circular, that the next generation actually takes it up on it, but it also means that this will only work. I mean, a lot of this is only going to work if we actually maintain our buildings, right? Like if we don't maintain our buildings, there's really there is a lot of decay, and there is sort of an end of life. And not only that we need to maintain the buildings, we only need, in the case of Madasta, even maintain the digital twin of these buildings. So are we gonna do this? Is this gonna happen over, I don't know, what's the lifespan of our buildings? We hope that we have them for a very, very long time, but is it really realistic that we, let's say, have a digital twin of a building for 100 years that's kept up to date, and that we can even read the BIM data in, I don't know, 100 years. So, yeah, lots of promises, and this leads to one of the questions that was put up in the program. Does the promise of circulation and a known afterlife for all components of a building fall in the same trap as previous attempts to control the future of a man-made system? I guess we can really sort of look at ourselves. Like, what do we do, right? Do we take advantage of the buildings? Like, how do we treat the buildings that we inherit? And how do we treat also maybe parts of buildings that we inherit? Do we treat them as we want the future generation to treat our offers, right? Do we take them and sort of work with them? What we basically suggest that the next generation should do? Often we don't, right? I mean, buildings often die here at a very young age. I mean, we're in Switzerland, buildings are often demolished at the age of about 30 years, which is quite shocking. So what really matters is what we do, right? This is what I'm trying to get at. It's like what we do, that's what we can control. We can, all the things that we project in the future might happen, might not happen, but we can today change what we do. And for us, this maintaining of the existing building stock, which we see here on the left, I'm not going to really talk much about, because this is what Jan's going to talk about. I'm going to talk more about the other side, the flip side of that coin. Are you not? Are you not? You told me you would. Come on. You wanted free jazz, not me. No, okay. So the flip side, right? The flip side of this, talking about existing building or on another scale, it's like talking about building parts or building components. And so this is for us also something to take care of and to look after. And this is what I'm going to be talking more about today, which is to basically go into new construction with existing materials and existing building parts, and also the way of how to combine them so that they can be sort of taken apart again and used in the next cycle. And so how we see it in the hierarchy, right? Circularity, I know also Jan, he's gonna like be really upset later about certain words I'm using, but that's fine because we want to have a discussion. So circularity, how we see it, is really the main thing is keeping the existing building stock as it is. We've done this for a long, long, long time in history. What we've also done for a long time in history, but haven't really done so much in the last decades, is basically taking elements of buildings that are still functioning really well and helping them to move from one building to another in case something is changing in one building. And the next question is then, okay, how do we combine things so that we can keep a circle going? And for us, really fundamental part of this question on circularity is is the environmental impact, right? Like the CO2 emissions, the environmental impact of our profession, really. And so these little balloons, they are basically supporting to show that we have, like within the existing building stock that we have, like where we stand here, this has sort of, as a consequence, led to some emissions or environmental impact that's out in this world, right? And so now it's basically bound to this building in some ways, as long as we are actually using this building. And in a smaller way, this still works for a part of a building component. We do add more, so to say, emissions when we cut it, right? When we cut it in pieces and we transport it and we reassemble it, but we still like keep a form and keep the value that's sort of stored in there in some ways. And when we go into recycling, this is now in the case of concrete, we crumple everything up and we make something new, and that leads to another set of emissions. And here is an interesting difference between circularity and emissions, right? Because it's not necessarily the same. So when we say we look at climate-friendly construction, it doesn't mean that it's, or when we say we do circular construction, it doesn't necessarily mean it's climate-friendly construction. Okay, so I'm showing just little examples of what we're trying to do, and this is just a little example. What we did is just cutting out in situ concrete slabs and then basically putting them in another building to sort of replace new concrete in order to really just reuse things in order to save new material. And so this is then how this looks like, right? And it's like this layering of these existing structure, and then the new supporting structure that is needed for this addition of this building, and then the implementation of this existing concrete slabs, and then these are really attempts from our side. It's not so much about how it looks like, really. For us, it's really this attempt to trying to reduce the impact that we have in our profession. And then that also means for us that we are very much calculating what we're doing, and because it matters to us. It matters. Like, it's not the story that we're trying to tell. Like, if we're telling that story, we want it to, as much as we can know it today, we want it to go in the right direction, because otherwise we will not do this again. So, but we said, or you said, or you guys said, that we want to investigate the challenges these promises face, rather than the promises themselves. So, when you want to keep existing components in the cycle today, right? We've done it for a long time. We forgot about it. Now we want to start this again. There's really no shortage of challenges. How do we design? How do we implement that in the planning process? Of course, always the question, what does it really help in the sense of the footprint, which is, again, a very important topic for us. Now we face a situation where the norms, regulations, warranty, nothing has been, is in place for that, right? For the last years, it's all been going in a different direction. And then there's also an important thing, how do we communicate? Like, how do we communicate this? Why are we actually doing this, and how do we transport that? So how does it look like? Like, this is the example that is probably the most well-known, that's coming from our office. Really this idea of creating an addition out of local deconstruction materials, and then just, you know, having this idea, but really having no image behind it. Like, what are we even going to find, and how is this going to look like? And then, of course, it's not that you just find stuff and you just throw it together, right? I mean, you're still doing choices, and there is a design process behind it, which is partly driven by an intention and partly driven also from the outside, from the norms and from the regulations and really from inside out, like what is supposed to happen in this space and what does it need then from the envelope, for example. And then again, in this really overarching aim to come to a construction that is in line with the planetary boundaries, like what are we actually building with? Like what are the materials that we add? We reuse the materials, but that's not it, right? We're not 100% reusing. That's not going to work. So we always combine with other things, and what is it? And then I know yesterday I overheard it a bit. Some people are not keen on numbers. I like numbers. For me, this is really, and because this is really important. I mean, it is important, right? I mean, this is really, in my eyes, the big task of our time is to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. And again, the greenhouse gas emissions are almost like, they're almost like a symbol for a lot of other issues we're facing, right? It's like when you take the bee as a symbol for the insects who die, right? It's like something you can measure and you can count, but behind it is a lot of other questions. And then when we see these curves that are always going down, this is actually not such a bad one because this is related to the construction industry and really, and they know it can't go much steeper. But this is also exciting in a way, isn't it? Because it's giving us a challenge. It's putting up a challenge for us. How can we actually achieve this? And how are the buildings and how is our work going to look like in order to achieve this goal? And then at the same time, we're of course questioning the numbers, right? Where are they coming from? Who's calculating them? And why are they different in every country? Because here it becomes really political and very interesting. So we meddle with that too, although we're probably not the best people to meddle with it, but it's interesting. And then aligning our work with this. Are we on track? What does it mean? Always reflecting back to what we're doing and what we're also really trying to get other people to do. Okay, so lots of questions, right? How do you, when you do face the situation that the building gets torn down, right, which we cannot always avoid, then how do we even do this, right? Like how do we, in today's jungle of norms and stuff, we don't want to wait until we changed all the norms, right? We want to start today. So how can we do this? How can we evaluate existing stuff? How can we do a quality control? How can we even know what these beams on the left, where we can use them in a different building? How do we figure all that out? Who are the people doing it? Who are the people we can convince to do that with us? How do we implement it in a process? Like we did that as Baubüro in situ, we did that, and then we really saw that we can have a large impact. And in order to sort of multiply our impact, we decided to found Circular so we can actually go broad and also help other people that have an interest in doing it but don't really know so much how to do it. So, but this means for us that we have to get out of our own little, this is how I do it, and I look at that, and I do it like that, right? A bit more like chaotic and on the spot. You just have become much more systematic because you need to sort of convince others. You need to tell people, look, this is how it works. We have a system in place. Don't worry, we can do this, right? So we become very systematic and invented, so to say, a process that is repetitive. What does it mean? What does it mean on the process, on the costs, on the planning costs, on the phases? When do we have to do what? This is all stuff it's all feasible, but it's really important to be able to communicate that properly. Who takes what which decisions when, who takes which risks in a situation where there are no warranties for reused materials. No, there's no warranty in place. So somehow, if you want to make it happen, you need to find a way to agree on who takes what risk there. Value, like this is a little book, I'm just showing this. It's a book that we've only done a very, very small part. A colleague of mine has written a little article in that. It's a book about a bank in Basel, a facade that's been renovated, and it's just been really very carefully renovated by looking at the cost, at the CO2 emissions impact, from like not doing anything to doing punctual renovations to making a brand new facade. And it just won in the Deutsche Architekturmuseum the book award. And I think this is just fabulous, that a book that does really not, like a project that does nothing more than just a simple renovation of a facade actually makes this, gets this big prize now. It just does show us that there is a shift in the thinking of what is actually valuable. And now, communication. Me personally, I've been interested in sustainability for a long time. And for a long time, what we had to do was to basically show drama images, right? We had to show these drama, I don't know, wildfires and I don't know, people drowning in the Mediterranean and so on, right? It was more like, you know, guys, come on, you know, we just had to show this. And now it's almost the opposite. I find now in a few years, things have changed drastically, right? I mean, this stuff, these gloomy pictures that we were showing, they are now in our face every day. Like every day, I'm looking at the news, I'm shocked, you know? It's really, for me, I almost feel we're at a point where it needs to go the other way around, especially when we're talking to young people. We almost have to now be like, come on, you know, we have to encourage now, right? Because this is really, it's really question how do we want to relate to all this that's happening? And for me, this is almost like what we're doing. I know what we're doing is just a little drip, right? It's like a little drip. But in the end, it's for me personally, because all this matters to me, right? So it's for me a way how I can relate to this. How I can get up in the morning, I can look at the news, and I can relate to what's happening in the world. And this is, I find, really, at least for me, important, and I think for probably a lot, all of the people that work in our office. It's just a way of positioning ourselves in this world in a time where a lot of people really recoil and start to be giving up, right? So, not an option, guys. I know I'm taking too long, so we were thinking about temporary configurations, so I'm just gonna say I think architecture is always more than the sum of their parts. And I think what proves this is that there have been now a bunch of competitions that have worked with catalogs from cities like in Basel and in Zurich. Like people have cataloged materials from buildings that are sort of deconstructed, and they have put these catalogs in competitions, and I think the results are quite different. So we've also done that here at this school, and I think, yeah, it's just not like that. That when you have a certain set of components that it all gonna look the same. I think this is really, really not true. And so now I'm almost at the last slide, almost done. So this was also, I think, a bit of a provoking statement maybe in your pamphlet here. Do we really want to extinguish decay and prevent the ruin? And again, you know, I love this romantic, I love ruins, right? I love this romantic aspect of decay and ruins. But then again, I look at the news and I find a lot of ruins, and it doesn't make me romantic at all. You know, it makes me really, really sad. And not only that we humans ruin our own environments and our own cities, we also ruin the habitats of other species on this planet. And those guys, those guys might ask you, are you worried about the right things?
Okay. Thank you, Kirsten, for setting out the talk like this. Okay. 20 minutes and a little, 200 slides. Anyway, I'm presenting the work which is not only related to my name, but equally to the name of Inge Vink, and we even word came with the name of our office, by which no one knows exactly anymore how to name our office. As we also added the etc., which refers to the way we engage with collaborators nowadays. Also, I talk maybe from out of my position of being engaged in a school in which we recently changed the name of our chair to Chair of Architecture and Attitude instead of and Design, in which we also claim that we work with a lot of young practices like 8,000 Agency and a lot of other small practices, not anymore with assistants as such, but with practices alongside. Quickly, 5 ideas. I need my computer for the right names and right. I told it, this PDFs is always a problem because you can't see any notes you took, isn't it? And where is it here now? Window, promises upon request. Here we go. Walyat Bashti sent around the world glazed boxes by FedEx and let them return back home, which then happens this circularity. Second image on the work of Thierry Joffrey, the emergency will replace the contemporary, talking about contemporary issues and architecture. Herman Haan, Dutch artist, niet gecompliceerder, maar ook niet eenvoudiger. Not more complicated, but not more simple neither. Sigmar Polke, and I like to really be precise with what he says himself about it. Solutions are the product of a lack of freedom multiplied by a complacent satisfaction. And last but not least, something I wish to have written myself, but of course out of the pen of Francis Alice, a Belgian artist living in Mexico City, raised as architect, by the way, important to mention, who says sometimes doing something poetic can become political, and sometimes doing something political can become poetic. Difficult to combine these two words, isn't it? He does. I show you like 3 parts of the practice, different scales, but in interest of the discussion of today. First is a little house that we reconstructed, one would say with a client, but in the meantime with friends. It's a house for Pete and Ellen. They inherited out of a family package, and they had 100,000 euros to make it livable. The house was in quite a state. And you have to frame or understand 100,000, you need like 3 times to have a regular house built by regular contracting, and yet only 100,000. And we made an agreement with them that we should talk about material costs and that themselves should be engaged in the process. That delivered a kind like of a mechano-wise building which introduced materials at that time This building is now 15 years old. And the whole idea is that in fact you can construct it inside and deconstruct it. And I now could start really to talk about, you know, what it means when you have this double glazed house and how that works in ecology and energy saving and everything. But I'm not interested in talking about that. What I'm interested about is the light. The way how all of a sudden this house opened itself. You live it differently in the winter and summer, not because you want to claim the idea of energy saving, but you want to claim the idea of a way of living. It's a self-made house, and I don't want to name it do-it-yourself. It's about engagement. And maybe last but not least, as the glazed loose house in it, and I really go short in explanation because we have to go fast this morning. There is one wall to which it was connected to the outside walls. We didn't have to change the appearance of the house at all. We could accept its decay if you wish. But one wall we needed to insulate. We are architects, we are technicians, we know what it's about. We insulated, cladded it, and we redrew the beautiful old wall that was covered by it forever or for possibly a very long time. Promises upon request, recircle, home, yeah, okay. Home engagement, that's what it's about for us. We continue that track. As I said, 15 years ago, we built that first house, and at that very moment, we never used the word reuse. It was not at place to talk about reuse. We used to work architecture. We wanted to make architecture. Still today, we exercise and practice this kind of really basic, low to the ground issues of housing. This cannot become exemplary for once and for everyone and every time, I know that. But on the other hand, it is about what is our attitude of making a home. Again, today we built a new home, once again, 15 years later, but still 100,000 euros, so equally 100,000 Swiss francs for the people out of Switzerland in the room. And it is a house which is, again, about engagement. And I'm not there to take up the screwdriver myself, but I'm there to discuss the capacity of the young people, in this case, Egon and Zara, in what are their skills. And Egon was very well in metalwork and woodwork, etc. And to start from that and to iterate a process of creating a home. Promises upon request, home engagement. I could say, is it not about engagement upon request? Question. Second type of project. This is a project that is a pavilion for a psychiatric clinic. You can imagine, or I can show you even the next slide, this was a beautiful psychiatric campus that was raised over 1900, as many are all over Europe, and it's an interesting thing to understand that the Sisters of Mercy were also sisters of economy, because what you see on the left side is a sanatorium for the ladies, it's a psychiatric clinic for ladies, for women. And by the ladies coming in the weekend and having expensive weekends, they could make the real clinic operational. At the same time, the Sisters of Mercy sold this plan 5 times in Europe, 2 times in Holland, 2 times in Germany, and the whole building crew traveled to realize it. Anyway, when we were asked in this competition, we found a building which was quite look-alike what we at the end presented. The roof tiles were taking off, rain was already in it, but they stopped the demolition process because of asbestos. Crazy that they only found the asbestos later, but never story I never understood. Anyway, the new director turning in said, okay, it's true, these old pavilion houses with in the middle the bedroom spaces and around some offices for doctors, that does not fit anymore in nowadays expectations, regulations, standards, and you cannot flip it over. It's too expensive, so we have to demolish them and replace them. But in this case, it would disappear and it would become a green grass field. And the director was also a psychologist, but also system engineer, said, like, we know that in psychiatry, it's much about space. I mean, not a square meter space per room per patient, but the understanding of diseases and the definition of space. And he called in doctors, therapists, but also people who lived there. I called them inhabitants instead of patients. And some other people around, like Gideon Boye from the Bavo Collective, is an architect, philosopher who is in the field of, for example, isolation of children in psychological needs and the architecture of it. And they launched a competition asking what is the best advice. We have no program, we have a little money, 200,000 for demolition can become 400,000 as a gesture, but work with it. What can you do as an architect? Inspire us. And we proposed a project which is about three things. Two things I will show you today. First of all, we engaged in a new contract saying, if you want to work with us on this project as architects, indeed, we can facilitate ideas on spaces and how you can eventually enter and leave these spaces. But on the other hand, it's up to you to use these spaces or to experiment these spaces. So if you look here to it, you should have another contract because we are sure that when this project will move on, you will have other needs, other experiences, and then we have to return again. On top, having had this word of ruin and decay, it's not about ruin. It is about protecting the building for a longer time, even including in the proposal the idea that maybe within 15, 20 years, you can make it operational again. But in the meantime, it becomes a free space in which doctors and patients and everyone can find out a way of attitude to it. And I can tell you as an architect, it's quite an astonishing experience. For example, we are used to program or design a kindergarten which is operational from 7 o'clock in the morning till 8 o'clock in the evening, and every square meter is in use, and in the weekend even the parents use the building. Here it's totally different. Often you see a doctor with a patient, just 10 minutes passing by, and then you ask, why don't you use it more? And they said, yeah, but we use it even more in the sense that this building becomes a place of defining attitudes towards this object. Even people who do not dare to go in it, it's a good sign. They started to find an attitude, a position. There is not on the images, but there's a lot of garden furniture, broken, smashed into the window. Some people say we have a problem with safety and vandalism. Doctors say, no, we have very exemplary therapy. So today it's under discussion. Here, for example, there's a fireplace where the youngsters come now already for 7 years, almost every evening, lighting the fire and smoking their cigarette. The big fear at the start was that they would light the building. It's about trust. There was a patient living there, a young guy, inhabitant living there for more than half a year, entering the director's room and complaining about the fact that in fact what you see up there, that it is fenced because of security. You're of course in a severe surrounding where people go to the extreme position towards their own life, if I can define it like that. And he advocated with the director to keep the doors open so they could go up. And his main argument was, if you want to let us believe in ourselves to re-enter society, you should show in your architecture that belief towards us. Indeed, contradictory to what some safety people said, that the ruin is an invitation, no one ever undertook any action in that sense in this building, but in all the hospital buildings around constantly. We are now in an engagement of figuring out to move parts of it inside, outside. I'm not really have the time here to go into detail of this process. But maybe one last thing on this project. We did repair some windowsills we took away because we took out all the mineral stuff so the building and its decay could be slowed down over time. But then also we took some precautions and we contracted with a little concrete. Sorry for the concrete. One day I was there, it was a blue sky with white clouds, and I said, why don't we paint them all white? The daughter of the contractor came in Easter holidays, 2 weeks, painting them all white. Promises upon request. experiment or participation. This summer, or the last 2 summers, we are up with our chair for a summer school of 8 weeks at the Furka Hohe, 2,400 meter height, well wide known for the Furka Blick Hotel, which has been having quite a history in art at the end of the 80s, start of the 90s, and what you can depict maybe on the image, the Daniel Buren shutters. But our hotel, as we name it, officially we can't, but we name it our hotel, is in fact the caretaker's building of the Independence building, having another 14 rooms. I just depict quickly Remcola's contribution in which 92 or 93 it opened, and of which everyone I meet today, I say, have you ever been there? Everyone says, yes, I was there the first year when it was opened in 1993. We just discussed this yesterday evening. So we must have met there somewhere at that time. But also on the other end of the scenery, one has the other Dépendance building in which Luc Deleu made some contributions, which is today known as the Panamarenko hidden atelier of Panamarenko up there. Anyway, this is our contribution. We just invite every summer, based on an open call, projects, people, youngsters, scientists, people not only from ATH, but from around the world, to come and stick together 8 weeks, always in slots of 10 days, and it shifts and it moves. We cook together, we live together, we repair, we restore the building, and all what you've seen on the building, how it's operated today, I can say it must be like 95% of what you see is just recycled from the spot itself. Beds, linen, everything. I mean, you know, Swiss blankets and also duvets that are 8 months a year dry frozen. You can't get a better cleaning process or maintaining process for a building. So quickly some images on what is the status, and I invite you to candidate for the next round again, which we will launch, I think, shortly after New Year. This is our shared dining room, where we introduce few things like, for example, not only this summer, we took with our team in June, we sanded all the floors and oiled them again to have this expression of cleaning, of maintenance, rather than just it was really needed because it was in a good condition. And this is our kitchen place, very simple, some interventions of artists around, or people who leave interventions behind. And for example, we don't have a dishwasher, but we never have dirty dishes, thanks to the architecture of the sink. In front of the window, looking over the mountains, everyone wants to do the dishes. Anyway, I move on, and for example, here at this moment, this summer, we worked hard on reopening the 2 old garages workspaces. They were totally locked. We reinstalled the, let's say, the original idea of the porches, of the doors, to get it open, to have an atelier there inside from which out we work, or whoever comes, the artists, the youngsters who want to make things, everything can happen now in our workshop over there. It's nice to teach. It's nice to do what they call research, as this has been claimed also as an idea on research. These are the rooms. The comfort is 0 degrees of zero comfort of climate. I mean, no heating, no cooling, never. The building is in a perfect state to help you to survive the most severe colds, but also the heat waves that unfortunately 25 degrees happen now up there. Shower with only cold water. A new toilet we installed this summer, which is based on bio-regeneration, whatever. I don't think it's a matter about the word participation, because of course we participate in the psychiatric discussion a lot with the inhabitants as well as with the doctors, but it's more about experimentation. If we talk about participation, I don't believe it is different than ever before, but we should experiment more together. This is a project we will deliver, well, I don't like the word, but which will go into another life by the end of the year, as we will have done what we had to contribute to the whole idea, what's going to happen there. You're looking to Charleroi, which is in the French-spoken part of Belgium. I don't like to claim the idea that I'm Flemish, I'm Belgian. Otherwise, I might get confused with other European discussions. And this building is a 66,000 square meter building, and in volume it's even 500,000 cubical meter. And what you look at is a viewpoint from the tower of the Belfroi, the Gemeindehaus, looking into the landscape, the new rural landscape, which is an economical landscape, as in the 60s, 50s, 60s, 70s. Charleroi was part of the brown belt starting from Germany, Holland, Belgium to France on metal and coal industry. And they built for that sake themselves an exhibition space of that size, which has floors of capacity of 3 tons per square meter because they needed to show off their power of industry. Just to give a small historical review on it, the European community has been founded based on the first engagement named EGKS in Flemish, the Economical Gemeinschaft für Kohl und Stahl. And that's where it was found, as an economical premise. Anyway, so what you see here is a building site photo, almost finished. And interesting to see is the constellation of the building. You have 3 big floors on left and right side, average 10,000 square meter. 3 levels, like with a level height of 9, 8, 12 meter. And you see only 1 level from this side. But what you see is that the buildings are almost finished, while the internal lobby space, tall 12,000 square meter, is still under construction, but is suggesting a transparency. The mayor of Charleroi, as Charleroi is today recognized as one of the poorest regions in Europe, is a good mayor. He is from the Parti Socialiste and so on. He is a very engaged guy. Was able to collect 500 million European funding money to reinvest into the city, which has people having like 30% of the people have no work. And he invested in an intelligent way, and he had foreseen for this project 35 million to renovate this kind of block that fell into the city, and this connected the upper and the below city to renovate it. But 35 million euros is in fact 1/3 of the money one needs to do a whole proper renovation as we are used to do it. This is important to understand. It's not that he was not aware, but he had to divide his money, and he said, listen, there should come a project that deals with this constraint. And with the Bouwmeester, Georgios Mai, they invented a competition concentrating on the middle part, and the description of the competition said, the middle part should become a new entrance building for this huge plot, because we have new programming plans. And the idea is that it should be a zero energy building, and a top of the contemporary art expression that brings Charleroi back into the image. I mean, that's how politicians talk about it. But on the other hand, sharply, they did not say 35 million for the whole thing. This is how we found it the day or the week after we had won it, because we couldn't visit it ahead. And look at this space. It's abandoned for 10, 15 years, but in a condition which is not too bad. And this is the central lobby space I talk about, with staircases and a strange symmetry, and a color scheme. We guessed that one night Sotsas in a drunken status passed by Charleroi and gave some advices on colors. You will see later on. They are not of any origin. Our proposal was this image. We said, what if we just dismantle the facades on the middle part to become a new little connecting park, terraced park between the upper and the below city? Cost price of the operation, 1/3 of the 1/3 of the money. We saved 2/3 of the money that we finally could invest in taking away asbestos, in having in one part of the building, now today, a very good technical equipment to indeed invite all kind of expositions and events that will come. Some more models in it. From the other side, you see the Tower of the Belfroi. Here you see another project, but which has been dismantled because it can't go on, as it tripled the money they needed for the new Palais des Congrès. This is quickly, this doesn't show well, no? okay, sorry for this, some more models that give that idea. To go now quickly by modeling to a reality check. A reality check is images of Philippe Dujardin. He took now 1 week ago. We are now creating the landscape around. This is the status, how it will come, or how it will be able to be visited soon, by December. And it connects again, and I can go into detail what's going to happen into the surroundings. In the surrounding buildings, there is already one and another plant. We also introduced, I mentioned the Congress Center that came at a price in tendering 3 times what was foreseen. They canceled the project and the mayor gave us 1/3 of the budget. And we made the Congress Hall in it again, but Philippe was not able to depict that new Congress Hall that is just on half of one level. But I'm happy to show these images because I think they show nowadays what we're up to and what it's up to, namely creating a new kind of urban space. You see they are downwards in the old patio of which we lifted the facades, also creating kind of new landscape architecture to confirm many things that we needed to take away from the facades are reused, like for example in the benches that we spread overall. Well, maybe I show here too much images, but on the other hand, what is the image, or what is the most important thing for me to say or to talk about here? I move on a little. I could tell a lot of other things, but we don't have time. How we managed, if it's white, you know, architects like the white cut out in the architecture representation. The white paint is because it's a protection paint for avoiding that the concrete, who is now for the first time free to the open air, might be affected. And unfortunately, the brand color is white. Otherwise, it could have been something else. We brought back all kind of materials, but also the old colors as found. And here you have the connection to the outside, to the underpass of the whole ring that goes around. Too much images, sorry for that. Some images on what we could achieve also. This is one of the buildings become a parking building. Actually, they asked in the competition to include the next level of a parking building under it. We calculated everything with the capacities around, but also with the foreseen capacity they needed for the programmation. And we agreed on the fact that 1/2 of the 2/3 we could invest in the other building to do a proper building renovation, and this one we keep as a parking, of which I know they will never use it. But it's there. And if they want to use it for programmation, we also showed them, we also projected them that it's better to rent every 3 years a total unclimatical tent construction that you can heat when you compare that energetic footprint towards renovating that building constantly and completely. So it's much about calculation. I do agree, Kirsten. I do agree. So you see Sotsas there in the corner? Again, Sotsas coming around. Anyway, promises upon request. I think it's about, I think I wanted to say with this project, it's possible in scale, but we need to dare. We need to dare to confront, like the mayor and the Bouwmeester confronted us, challenged us. We also, as architects, can take a position which might be highly critical. And I know we start to not win any competition anymore. Only few times it happens that we can win it because of this attitude. Mostly we are seen in the afternoon as the most funny presentation of the afternoon when it comes to competing. This is now also related to it. It's the proposal for the Kiev Memorial Museum of Babin Yar. We were invited in 1 year ahead of the disaster that came over Ukraine today. And it's the Babin Yar Park, and I'm too short in time to explain more about the history, but it's quite a deep human crisis history that started from German, that's Russian occupation. Everyone who came there always caused a human crisis, a human disaster. We cannot deny. And we were invited to think about this building that the Babin Yar Foundation obtained, and they wanted to make a museum out of it. That day we were in February, exact 1 year ahead, the same week. And we traveled, or we walked through the park, which is full of debris, which are small memorials of people that are buried in this park, but also leftovers of summer barbecues and everything. And on the other side of the park, we discovered a building which was planned by the Soviet authorities to make a child psychological care clinic, but never came further than this rough building constellation. This is our proposal for the competition, as we had to propose it online again because COVID was again ruling the world. And you see a drawing and all our models and our ideas around, and this is the initial drawing. On the left side you have the museum. On the both sides, psychiatric clinic. They are not in scale, that's clear, and a park in between. We didn't want a competition. However, we proposed, again, here a building which was about climatized display windows versus a total, still free, unclimatized building. Secondly, we also proposed a plan to get around in the park and to start to reshuffle a little bit all the debris in like public furniture, you could say, that also could tell stories and unite people and families. But thirdly, and that was the most important to me, we proposed a project of a summer school for the old clinic, in which we lined out a systematic of returning every year with schools and students and kids, and starting to maintain that building, giving it a roof to go into another project of uniting religious and cultures and histories at all. The Babin Yar Foundation invited us there to not win the competition, but as the building was not yet in their property of their foundation, they promised us to go for the next 2 years to get it in and to continue with this project, which of course today is halted by other histories. There on request, I would say. Okay, I have to go. Ah, fuck. Someone is promising. Okay. Promises upon request. It's about engagement, experiment, and dare. Now I'm going to go quickly. Lieven de Kouter is a Flemish philosopher. Pessimism in theory, optimism in practice, poetry in action. I do think if I had always these words on, I do think whatever you say, sustainability, reuse, recycle, and all what you want, let's talk again about architecture. There, home, engagement, participation, let's talk about beauty. At the end, I just hope that all what I showed, like also in Charleroi, an experiment with some visitors yet, people want to stay there, want to be there, want to live there. But finally, at the end, it's all about economy. It's all about economy. And there also, when we don't use the word architecture anymore, in the whole bunch of words that we academically also like to use that much, the academy forgets the word architecture as it also forgets the word economy. There is no discussion on teaching students on understanding the economy of things. And of course, maybe promises upon request, act without request. Thank you.
So I would now ask Mark, Kerstin, to come here. Jan, you can take this one probably with you, or you can pass it to Mark, please. Mark will be the just want to put this.
All right. I will continue with my response to you, Jan. So I have prepared some words because the presentation that I got last night was not able to fully go through that on that short notice. All right. So which promise? Circularity in architecture by no means offers a monolithic architectural promise. I mean, we might differ on that. Last year, the so-called Abriss moratorium, a moratorium on new construction, was published in the form of an open letter to the Ministry of Construction here in Germany. Here we go. As one of the initial signatories, I support its goal. Perfect, thank you. I support its goal to end the automatism of demolition and ensuing new construction. One of its promises, implied but not explicitly spelled out, is the city of tomorrow has already been built. A consequence of this promise is a shift in our profession towards repairing, redressing, revamping, recoding, reappropriating what is already there in a seemingly never-ending cycle of giving and gaining new meaning. Too early. But there could also be a very different never-ending cycle in store for us, following the principles of the circular economy. The idea of buildings being understood as temporary material repositories, engineered to be disassembled without material destruction, indeed without friction, can be read as a continuous tabula rasa. This attitude reminds me of the speculative project by OMA from the early 1990s, to be seen on the screen, in which they revisited the idea of the tabula rasa in Paris. In their competition entry for the extension of La Défense, the business district, they articulated the following premise. With few exceptions, the existing buildings lacked architectural and urban significance and any ambition for permanence. That being said, OMA argued that over its 25-year amortization, every building becomes obsolete and could therefore be erased. In its emphasis on buildings having the limited due date of a financial proposition, the project acknowledged an acceleration in the cycle of architectural creation and erasure. The tabula rasa was no longer Corbusier's heroic act from 100 years ago. His polemic of architectural violence had made the tabula rasa unthinkable. For decades, circularity might have made it architecturally acceptable again. It could be understood as the promise of architectural obsolescence with no strings attached. This contrariness of possible trajectories of circularity makes me wonder which promise we're actually referring to. It also makes it difficult for me to simply relate to your work, Jan, to circularity at large. I have a hard time to kind of relate, like if that some clarity is not gained. Oh, well, we'll get there. I know. I think that's not as open as you articulated here. I will therefore instead look at your work along 4 specific trajectories implied therein. Okay. The first one is the mine. The urban mine. The idea of the built environment as so-called urban mine lies at the heart of circularity as it's being discussed. The intentions implied in the terminology can easily be understood. It is still worthwhile to take a closer look at this obviously well-intentioned analogy in order to identify its architectural leanings. So Merriam-Webster tells us that the mine is, quote, a pit or an excavation in the earth from which mineral substances are taken, end of quote. The very essence of a mine is the wealth within it. The excavation in the ground is mere means to an end. This analogy therefore suggests an extractive architectural economy. The riches lie in what can be found within the urban mine. The richness is not the urban mine itself, neither the remains of a building nor the neighboring built environment. In other words, the context which cannot be extracted is of little or no relevance in that principle. So the work that you, Jan, presented us with is based on an architectural appreciation of the mine itself, I would argue. So of not the things that have to be extracted to have value. And take the project, the Roth-Ellenberg House. I think it was one of the first projects you referred to. Yes, that's the autocorrection. We tried to correct that last minute. We failed. I know, they all have the same computer probably, yes. We're getting into deeper issues, you know. Take the Roth-Ellenberg House, for example. Parts of the existing building have been excavated. Something that looks like a temporary structure occupies the resulting cavity. To me, to me, it even offers quite immediate visual associations of the temporary support infrastructure of a mine. These doka, adjustable props, you know, engineered timber girders, and all of these elements that we know from the mining world. Or the last project you referred to, or not the last one, but one of those you presented us with, the Charleroi exhibition hall, the middle section, which has been stripped. So it is about what remains, not what is being extracted exclusively. So I think that differs from the idea of the urban mine as like an extractive model and analogy. And then I go to another aspect, systematic entanglements. Focusing on the concept of circular economy at large, Jacques Devoux and Aladakis and Purnell argue that it needs to go beyond closing material, component, and product loops. By adopting a system of systems approach, they argue that there exists indeed 5 interconnected subsystems that need to be considered in the transition of to a circular economy. Resource flows, governance, regulatory frameworks, business activities, infrastructure and innovation, as well as user practice. Circular economy looks at architecture as a multitude of entangled systems, such as an EU taxonomy, as a regulatory framework of incentives, companies such as Circular offering services demanded from, but not oftentimes delivered by architects, an infrastructure of online trading of used materials such as Restado, and a majority of users that actually demand such forms of circularity. Sorry. This, in my eyes, creates a very specific understanding of architectural elements. A column or a window, for example, becomes less of an autonomous object. It is instead understood through its entanglements in systems of incentivization, local and momentary availability, special regulatory frameworks. I mean, as we well know here in Germany, many of these things will kind of have regulatory barriers as we reuse them. You talked about that. And demand. So that would be that diagram that goes along with that. Your work, Jan, exhibits a great interest in the elements of architecture too, I would say. To some extent, they are being treated and appreciated as objects. At times, there even seems to be an obsession with their objecthood. They're extremely specific, but there is more to these elements, as at the same time they too are deeply entangled. I understand that entanglement of your architectural elements to be less systemic and more idiosyncratic. They refer to elements already there. They react very specifically to contextual situations. They are agents of willful confusion, as on the housing project I first showed. Willful confusion such as what is ephemeral and what is permanent, what is a tool and what is the workpiece itself. They're deeply connected to the context. As in the case of this small and strange 4-leg cluster, which I thought you were going to present, but there was, I think that was in an original version. But so a cluster of columns taking the load from the remains of an existing brick wall down to the open timber frame connecting 2 rooms that were formerly divided by that brick wall. The element seems to refer to the unpredictable behavior of the bricks as the wall was removed. The architectural element negotiates contingencies. And which leads me to the third of the 4 quick points is the actual matter of contingency. It's not showing more than I'm saying. So sorting accuracy, I know it's uncomfortable. Sorting accuracy, the German word would be Sortenreinheit, and non-destructive disassembly, the German word of which would be zerstörungsfreier Rückbau, are considered central material and tectonic prerequisites of circularity in architecture. Together, these principles offer a set of predetermined breaking points for every building. Architecture disintegrates along material lines, which means that like stays connected to like, unlike things don't stay together or don't stick together. Architecture disintegrates exactly according to our wishes. There was a book presentation yesterday which argued for this case. So unlike things, architecture disintegrates exactly according to our wishes, leaving behind an array of unimpaired component parts. In yesterday's book presentation, we've heard how this reduction of material loss by out-engineering procedural friction can well be argued for. In its ultimate consequence, it implies something more though, in my eyes, which is a certain disappearance of contingency. And I think that careful look at your work, Jan, that you presented today outlines an approach to architecture that does not seek to circumvent contingencies, quite the opposite. It is deeply attracted to them. It is an approach in which contingencies are used as triggers in the process of architectural decision making. As one example, I'm referring to a project that you did not present today, the transformation of Groth Biergarten. In the transformation of that old monastery building, the removal of an existing downstand seems to be such a trigger. The removal of the beam reveals an ever so slight hue of blue color. I mean, that's how I read it. A remnant from some previous occupation of the building. The downstand is being replaced by a new beam, not in the same location then, but parallel to it, so that the traces of the color can remain visible. Due to the relatively long span, as a result, the beam has to be suspended at multiple points, and then we have a tension rod cutting through spaces above, and so on and so on. So like, it's almost like a chain reaction that results from that one trigger that this contingency brought about. Last point is the cadastre. I'm quoting here, future buildings will have to be designed as interim repository of resources, so the full quote is above. The circular economy looks at buildings as interim repositories for resources and components. Annette Hillebrand's statement highlights this understanding, introducing the perspective of circular economy as a series of interlocking subsystems, as mentioned a moment ago. As I pointed out a moment ago, such a statement includes other layers than just the material one. And Kerstin, you referred to it earlier already as a critical element, the Kataster, the material Kataster. The building, as the above mentioned inventory of materials and components, needs to be made accessible through very specific indexical tools. BIM-based semantic models, cataloging masses, embodied energy, locations, as well as relationships of connectivity. A material cadastre becomes a means of understanding the built environment. That's part of your argument, as I understood it. With the ongoing 4K project, and I'm bringing it back to you. With the ongoing 4K project, you remind us that the wealth of different perspectives of cataloging, indexing, and documenting the existing architectural inventory. In contrast to the caloric and material index of semantic BIM cadastre, you argue for a catalog of personal experience and thoughts triggered by an existing architectural environment. The personal presence forms the basis for this building manual. Quote, observing, surveying, asking what it's all about. That's like something from the description on the ETH website for the project. This careful reading, so I'm quoting, so I'm not taking it. I can confirm that's correct. This careful reading forms your basis of any possible future action, or, important not to forget, inaction also. So back to the promises. So what promises does circularity actually have in store for us? At the outset of my response, I've sketched two possible ones of them, wide range. Formulating the various promises of circularity in a meaningful way, in my eyes, very much demands an addressing the specific questions that I hoped to outline in my response. Do we appreciate the urban mine as an architectural environment, or do we care about all the resources that we can extract from it? What sorts of entanglements, systemic or other, do we ascribe to architectural elements? How does systemic architectural thinking today then would differ from that of 50 years ago? And what role does scalability play in an idiosyncratic approach that you presented us with? Dealing with the already existing, how will we as architects frame the unforeseeable, the contingency? Do we seek to eliminate it, out-engineer it, or do we embrace it? And last, how do we catalog and therefore conceptually frame the material reality that we reappropriate and claim to reuse? Thank you.
Thank you,
I mean,
Mark.
you continue with
No, I think probably it was a quite, I think it would be probably easier, Jan, if you have something to add, or you prefer that I would now continue, we can, I mean, I think that we can quickly, we have some time. I think that these questions that Mark brings to the table could also put in another way, which is for me and for us also interesting, is not so much the direct idea of the promises or of circularity, but almost the dangerous. No, and I think we saw now two quite interesting practices, that one focusing more on almost on the resource of what brings the circularity, and another one that kind of goes through the part or deals more with the question of space. And I would kind of, I think I have one also then question to you, Kerstin, that I think then we would then ping pong a bit. But so Jeremy Till in his book Architecture Depends, there is a part where he talks about waste and transit, and he says that quoting I think someone else, that architecture is not but waste in transit, so resources waiting to be used in another way. He also says that, or informs that Cedric Price was one of the first architects actually to be interested in demolition and to even be part of the Chamber of Engineers in Demolition in UK. As what I see, and we all know the work of Cedric Price also, and we can talk about all the invention and all the marvelous ideas that came with it, but I think at the end then we have a real question about space and about what are the real conditions that we create with this contingency of materials and this contingency of reuse. And for me the question also for the students, or for somehow a question for us as a profession, which is to try, we somehow should try to avoid dogmas, or to try to avoid that right now the client and everyone says we need to reduce CO2, we need to think about circularity, every building needs to be used with existing materials or be used for this idea of deconstruction. And I think to myself, if this whole now input and urgency of this topic is not also then at one moment, we will see that we will fall away from the idea that buildings, or we could look at the built environment not as a resource of materials, but still a resource of spaces. And how can we really, and if this idea of the first way that I look at the building is what can I extract for them, and not to spend the time to understand what are the spaces that that are there and that we can transform, not from the point of view of then what are the standards of comfort, but really to understand that sometimes some buildings are there, they will not be able to appropriate fully for what they should be if we just go from the standards, but probably if we also stay within boundaries, if we stay within ideas of porosity and ideas of a bit of not thinking still about the comfort as we know it, that we could try to probably integrate this type of two visions. One, that a building should not be just only seen as a corpse that I'm there to dismember, even if there are a lot of problems, no? And I have the feeling, or what I would like to stress here, and what I think it's, or where I want to go, is somehow are you aware or the dangers that this idea that now I show you a catalog and you should take the catalog to do your architecture, how that can also be influencing the Bauherr, the clients, influence the students to somehow come to the trap of laziness, to not really to think about what is there even before that point, no? When you do this work so well done for us at the beginning.
It's always shocking to me that this is such a fundamental misunderstanding of what we are trying to do. I mean, I'm just trying, that's why I'm showing, every time I'm showing this triangle, I'm always pointing out keeping the existing structure is the main thing. I'm always, always, always pointing that out in every talk, because it is the main thing. And it's really a fundamental misunderstanding to be telling us that we see a building as just a slaughterhouse of just getting some bones and some muscles and some steaks out of it. This is really, sorry, totally wrong, right? And we are really coming from a very, very different position. I mean, we are, as I've been working at the Baubureau for so long, and you can come to our office and see the space that we are sitting in and how much comfort we have there. You're really welcome to look at this. I mean, we're dealing with a lot of how the existing stuff is without looking perfection. And for us, it's just, and this is for me very theoretical, and it's, you know, it's also so wrong. I mean, everyone who has ever really tried to dismantle a building that has not been built for reuse, which is basically every building, knows how little we can get out of it. Whereas Luca, he can prove it. He worked in our office. It's so hard. And none of us, we all know very clear that it's, if somebody comes to us and says, look, we want to take this building down, can you not do a bit of reuse? And we understand that this is greenwashing, we just turn it down, we don't do it. I mean, we are really very aware of this, that we do not want to go into this trap of being taken advantage of, and to justify a demolition because I can take out a few little pieces in the end, or a few percentages, right? So we try not to do this, but at the same time, I really don't think a Baumoratorium is going to work. I mean, this is so unrealistic. And we're just trying to, I don't know, we're just trying to do our best in order to sort of find a way that works for everybody. And the moratorium is not going to work, and we also don't see a building as a slaughterhouse.
No, I probably put it quite harsh. But what I wanted to say, and I mean, I think also it's really great that you say this, because a lot of times, yes, a work, what we do as an architect can be misunderstood in our promises and in our wishes, or what we wish for something to be. But my main thing would be a bit, I mean, if then I'm also a bit blunt, if I look at the project that you just showed now with the box in top of the existing building, I just think that for now, or at least, or I ask, what is the future of circular, or what is the future of what you see as the research that you are doing, as a possibility that we are really not binded then, that whatever we use in reuse, because then we need to go through laws, etc., it stays within this frame of boundary. And I think still looking at the work that is done, and I think probably this can be a question of form, or a question of relate or not to a kind of an architectural image, or a question of architectural education, I don't know. But I have the feeling that what we have seen until now on the examples, no, on architectural level, architectural speaking, they are quite hermetic. And I ask myself, from the moment that we want to be a bit more, yes, porous, and then the laws come, or something comes into and says, but then if you do that, forget the used slab, because then you have to use something different, or forget this and forget that. I'm just trying to understand, is this also an architectural wish to be able to understand how can these materials be pushed forward in circular, or you stay within the frame of, we are there to try to help the practices to understand what they can do and they cannot. And that part of spatial creation is more into the side of the office, because this is not what I understand that you wish with circular and with in situ.
We explicitly split these offices to have a different focus, and so the Baubureau is now doing the architecture, and the circular is trying to move the construction industry hopefully a bit forwards into being able to meet the climate goals. And we are very well aware that it's just what we're doing is only a fraction of what needs to be done, and it's only one aspect of what needs to be done. So we're not forcing anybody to do anything. I mean, what we think is probably the best way to go forwards is to come up with, and you might not like it, I don't know, but I think it's really necessary to basically say, look, we need to reduce the footprint of what we're doing, and I don't care how you do it. You don't need to build at all. I mean, that's the best if you can just find a different place to use something. I mean, you have all these different ways of reaching a certain need, but then what we're doing is it's just a fraction of what's needed. I mean, this is very, for me, this is very clear, and in some point it's even contradictory to other measures of sustainability. So I think it's just a piece in the puzzle, and that's how we have to look at it.
Hello? I'm puzzled. I mean, I'm unsure even. Because we're talking here also to an audience of young people, and Herman Hahn it's pointed out. That's why I brought it at the start also. Not too complicated, not too simple either. And I do believe that one of the main problems of what we should do is the overcomplication of the discussion. The endless, I don't have it here. I was up in Furka, so leaving the counter, was a philosopher, an activist, good friend. He came and he organized an event named Architecture and Activism and invited people to discuss the matter. The first problem was there were no architects invited, only activists invited. And then I got a little bit nervous because as I was present, I was the only architect, and I started to write down on a page all the words the activists were using, and the few times they used the word beauty or architecture or something like that. So I got like 250 words on one side of my spread and like 5 words on the other side. And I think this is for young people highly important, that also in education and academic, in criticism, we learn to understand that the seriousness of these 250 words is there, but the core is the other 5 words. That's what we're up to create worlds where we want to be. And I always say, to me, we have a lot of words. Unfortunately, I could not go into that detail. I did that in another invitation on writing I did with you, Simon, earlier. It might have been taped, I don't know anymore. But one of the things we also have as a tree, it's always a tree where it says, form, life, urge. And if you are at a large table of the actual urgent discussion on how to move on in the world, you as an architect, you have one advantage. You can introduce form. So with all what you have, you can do something what the others can't do. And that's what we should talk about. That is, and it frees it gigantically. And in one of the texts, it was Silke Langenberg's colleague of us invited me to write a text on upgrade. And I turned the text from upgrade to downgrade to free grade. And the free grade is indeed, I think this is the only thing we should talk about with young people, is all these 250 words, good and well, but let's not try to use them in our discourse. And get back to what we can do as an architect, namely with form, shift it all. And that's what I like so much about this KIT-118 building, or how you name it exactly. It's goddamn beautiful. And why do you never talk about that? Huh? I mean, it's goddamn beautiful. I think also when it was explained to me that it turned out, and that because it was a long beam and you didn't want to cut it and all these kind of things, great. But actually, it's a very beautiful, as you described, come to my office or come to our office, I don't know if it's there or somewhere else, you will want to be there. And that's what we have to talk about. And where is the capacity of the academic to reintroduce this vocabulary? Listen, I'm highly offended by the word idiosyncratic. It kills the architect. Each time that an architect comes with a turn of things, it's called idiosyncratic. If not personal, if not original, but that's not what it's about. You should all, one by one, be idiosyncratic, by which you won't be it anymore. So I'm quite there concerned in which way the discussion is turned. And I want to oppose it gigantically. It's on. It's on, or?
No, I mean, right now I think, does anyone on the audience have a question? Kirsten? Or Mark, do you want to answer?
Yeah, Kirsten. I
Kirsten?
like that, because we agree. No?
Well, I was actually wanted to rely to another project when it's regarding beauty, and I wanted to refer to something that Simon told me, like right when I met you, which was 4 or 5 years ago, and it was not about the K118, but it was about another building, the Elis. And this was really the first big project where we tried to implement reuse, or just basically taking local materials from deconstruction or from on the site and put it back in the building. And it was the first time that we did that. We had no clue what we're getting ourselves into. We were talking about 1,000 square meters of facade, and we had really no idea. So we did so many different attempts, so many different tries, so many different facade studies. Went to the city to talk about how do you even calculate the energy performance of a facade. You don't have any clue how it's going to look like. And how is the Stadtbildkommission, how are they going to relate to a building permit when you can't tell them exactly how the facade's going to look like? We went through so much for the first time. And then I meet you, and you're telling me, it's great what you guys are doing, but does it have to look like that? You know, and then I'm really, I don't know what I should say. Because I stand in this street, I look at the Elis, and I know all the process that has went into this, all the work, all the labor, all the discussion. And I look to the right, and I see a facade where somebody poured concrete slabs, did something that should have been stopped 30 years ago, and nobody is questioning that side. Everybody's questioning this side, including you, you know? So.
I'm afraid that I insulted the guy on the other side as well. No, it was not an insult. I asked you the question, why did you reused most of the parts, and one middle part you had to select a material and the color, and I was questioning about that, but that was a curiosity, because that was in fact the thing which was taking a stand. I would like to go back, I think, to the beginning of the presentations, because I thought it was two brilliant presentations. I enjoyed a lot, and I enjoyed also how clearly there were two architects with some common interests and totally different attitude, but with the same, like something which links the two of you presenting the work. And that was for me very enjoyable, and also how serious that is, and that it's really about not letting someone come and say, "But why is that?" as a kind of a negative remark. On the other hand, I think that yes, it is totally clear that you would not dare to say it's beautiful, and you would not use these words Jan is using, because you were kind of kept out of the discipline with the whole percourse you did for too long. For too long, people just said they are kind of, there's no design what they do. And I think that is also for me one of the beautiful moments. I think that you have to start to defend the beauty if it should not, or you should just not care about it. So I think these are decisions where you can say, yes, I talk about the beam and the length of the beam and not the cutting is what it is. But of course, in the end, you should agree that that leads to a beautiful result. Otherwise, I think you don't take the full, assume it all. No, and this, if Jan, if I would ask you to talk about form, you would stand here and talk for half an hour why one should not talk about form. And so I think this is also clear as a strategy, but I think it's beautiful that we end somehow in this discussion of just because what now is called circularity, and is even kind of a brand you operate with, and this is something you do since you do architecture. For both sides, it remains a mini market. It's an extremely difficult endeavor, and as you showed in the beginning, it's if we think of what will happen in the future, what it means to be able to reuse big buildings, we talk about something which is not, there is no danger in that for architecture. I'm just trying to understand where are your specific interests. And I think this is what we should talk about.
Can I wait, because you said a lot of things. Of course, we have to be able to talk about it. I agree. And it seems that the complexity of things needs more words. I also agree. But again, we have to bring these words at the right moment, because, how many times projects of us have been indeed now published, and we go to discussions on reuse and here and there and there and there. But indeed, you miss essentials around. Like, for example, the understanding of economy. If Charleroi is published, they never talk, they say, oh, it's a Walhalla of reuse. Come on, this is not what it's about. Yeah. It's an understanding, a strategy of working with a client, a commissioner, a European community who invests money and who wants to have a certain understanding with it. So the complexity is even not at the academic level of all these words, but is of the practical level of the everyday practice that needs to negotiate in economical, social, political realities. So it's nice to celebrate the discussion whether circularity is now the point, yes or not, or stop building or stop demolishing. It's all nice, but in a certain way it does not touch the reality of the practice on one hand, and then on the other hand, in which then the practice start to believe that nothing is anymore possible. I would advocate the opposite. There is so much possible, by which I really offend the idea that it's idiosyncratic, because all what you've seen is the result of an attitude, a way of working with people, working with constraints, with circumstances, and that it leads to that. And then I'm happy that everyone wants to write papers over it, but I'm always unhappy that these papers only try to advocate one position, or a couple of positions that seems to be quite suitable in a certain discourse, but that discourse does not touch reality. And I'm myself also a word producer, because in one of the slides I wanted to advocate to replace all the rewords by just 3 new, being reenactment, rehearsal, and resonate. I mean, if we start to see that everything we do is in fact a rehearsal or a reenactment of what was and a rehearsal of what's to come, it opens in many facets. So I'm happy to contribute to academic discourse, but I'm always at first very nervous about how it downsizes the look on the things of what we can do as architects. And therefore you see also that, to my opinion, not to my opinion, but when I talk with young practitioners or so on, that they have it difficult to get it, the slang they learn at schools in discussions, the first confrontation with the own practice, how can that be, what does it mean? You see it also, sorry to say, in a lot of activist practice, that when you look into the architecture practice, you're like, game over. So we create quite this topic, and I'm highly concerned in that. And that's why I would say, please, let's get back to the table and talk about how we can all these things become a matter of availability for the form, for all what we can deliver, what architecture always has been so strong in. Every word, prefix in front of architect, like sustainable architecture, reuse architecture, is in fact downsizing the power of the word architecture. Architecture is all. It always have been there. So as we start to focus, it's good for a moment, but it cannot become an endpoint or a goal or a qualification. It are different viewpoints on the job we have to fulfill, and it is create maybe first of all today, house for everyone, home for everyone, in a way that everyone just not has to live a house, but it becomes a house that gives life a place. And then I think we can move on with all the rent phenomena of reuse and everything. But they are just phenomena around. They are not the core of everything.
Unless I think we can continue the discussions outside after a beautiful presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you for John. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Kirsten. Thank you, Jan. Outside there will be an intermezzo with a book presentation by Mark Angelil. No, the Lars is after. And so see you outside for this presentation, and thank you very much.
Hello? I prepared something. Good afternoon, everyone. We have to wait one more minute until we have the end of something here. Good. Ah. Bravo! You might kiss the bride now. So, promises upon request is also maybe the promise, the ultimate promise. We are going for the second last of these topics, and it's called agency. I have the pleasure to leave the floor and the microphone and to give it to Federico, who will introduce himself, the guests, and the topic.
Thank you very much. So, for this session on agency, we have two speakers. First one is Diana Vucinic, which I will briefly introduce, of course. So Diana Vucinic is an architect and a researcher based in Montenegro, where she founded the interdisciplinary practice DVARP. Diana is the founder of the program APSS, of the APSS Institute, where she established the summer school Kotor APSS in Kotor, Montenegro. Diana was the curator and co-curator of many exhibitions in Biennale. You almost didn't skip anyone from 2014, 2016, and 2021, notably for the exhibition of the other famous Montenegrinian architect, Kana Radevic. The last semester, Diana was a guest professor here at KIT, but has been teaching for many years also in Montenegro. The second speaker is Nane Deru. Nane Deru is a founding partner at a powerhouse company, where he directs the Rotterdam office since 2005. Nane studied at the Berlage in Delft and at the Amsterdam University of Applied Sciences. Between 2013 and 2016, Nane Deru was the director of the Berlage Center for Advanced Studies in Architecture and Urban Design in Delft. In 2015, Nane Deru co-founded the Red Company with Niels Janssen in order to explore new ways of commissioning and developing architecture. And then we have the first respondent, which is Angelica Inderbranter, which is architect and researcher, and she worked for ArcPlus and for Brandhuber, among others, on the topics of land politics, smart city, and neoliberal planning policies. Since 2019, Angelica is part of Contextur, the digital architecture magazine, and since 2021, she's researching and teaching at the ETH Zurich, at the chair of Heritage and Sustainability. Last year, in 2022, she co-initiated spaceforfuture.org, an initiative rooted in the housing debate and stands for more affordable, sustainable, and equitable access to housing for the 99%. And then there's myself, Federico Coricelli. I'm an architect and researcher based in Milano. I studied in Florence, and then I moved to Torino, where I obtained a PhD from Politecnico, and currently I'm assistant to the chair of Simon Hartmann, Bauplanung und Entwerfen. So I will let the microphone to Diana Vucinic for the first presentation. Really looking forward.
Hi everyone. So good to be here again and again. And thank you, Mariana, Simon, Federico, for inviting me and letting me be part of this really amazing symposium so far. So I thought for a beginning I share a bit about myself. This symposium so far has been really kind of inspiring in this way, so a lot of sharing here. And architects usually in these circles of like lecture, architects do not talk a lot about problems we have in our practice. We do not share a lot about the issues we're facing. We're, you know, very keen on showing what we do in a very positive way. So hearing about these problems for these 2 days and hearing about issues and questions like money and office tools and methods was really inspiring for me. So this is the photo that I often start my lectures with because in a way it says about where I come from, but actually what I also, the place that I in a way belong to the most. So this is Montenegro. It's actually what you see is Kadar Lake and Prokletija Mountains. Both of these are national parks, but that are on a border between Montenegro and Albania. And we, within Balkans, we share these super beautiful landscape and I must say really terrible politics. So this is the kind of the atmosphere that we have to inhabit every day, that we work within and live within. So, and it often feels like a series of these borrowed personalities, not only for me, but for all architects that try to practice within this environment over there. So this beautiful land, I mean, some of you know, maybe these, if I can say, older generations have been even vacationing there before the 90s, before the fall apart of the Yugoslavia. So Montenegro used to be a part of Yugoslavia, the smallest of all the republics. Its population now, it's not even 1 million, so it's that small. So, in the, let's say, in the 90s, and you probably know about the 90s war, even if you're younger, you probably know about the Yugoslavian wars of the 90s. And I was, in a way, lucky not to be in Montenegro at that time. My parents have sent me to US, hoping or dreading that I will never return. But however, I have returned and decided to live there, decided to make family and practice there at the same time. So it's easy to decide to live there. You breathe healthy air, clear air, eat healthy food, make great life for your kids. But when it comes to profession, it's a completely different story. So it's in a way, in a contemporary sense, when it comes to culture and architecture, it's really a desert. You know, it would be really an honest thing to say. So, and out of that, you have to kind of recreate where you work at. And there is, of course, heritage, heritage from Venetian Republic, from Austro-Hungarian time, from Ottoman time, from Yugoslavian time. But when it comes from 90s till today, there is not so much that we can hold on to. All these countries have been through transition. All these countries had to reinvent the entire system in a way. So this was kind of what was going on, and it's still going on in many of these places. So back in 2010, when I decided to start working as a practicing architect, it's a country that was just coming out of the transition, reestablished its independence a couple of years before, and facing the global economic crisis just like any other countries, but on an even much lower level. So this is the project that I actually kind of started my career with. It's very small, very simple project that was actually an investment by myself in a way, by my family, my ex-husband and I. We built a vineyard together. This was the first part of the vineyard. Today it's kind of a much bigger operation. And with help of our family and friends, let's say, we decided to do this together. So it's just outside of Podgorica, the capital in Montenegro, on these beautiful hills just out of the city. The landscape, the land is very mineral, very porous. So I must say this is the only project where I managed to stay within the scope, within the budget, because that's what we had and I couldn't ask for more. And where I actually was unknowledgeable enough to be certain that I can go only to some extent, and kind of insecure enough to do something that I was sure I can do, I can build. So it's extremely simple structure, almost completely under the ground, so there is only the entrance that is outside, showing outside. And we've been hearing a lot about the sustainability and these systems within objects and within houses. Well, this one has barely any pipes, so only those that link to toilet and to sink, and some that link to wine tanks. So I already said that the land is very mineral and porous, so it doesn't hold the water, which is very good. So it's good for water insulation. We don't have any kind of air conditioning inside, except the air conditioning that it's linked directly to the tanks. And it's been like this for 13 years now, and it's completely fine. So we haven't changed a bit. We increased the production many times, but then the cellar remained the same, and it's still operating on the same level. So from that project on, I decided, okay, I'll do this on my own. There are some great architects in Montenegro that I respect, and I like their work, but I couldn't see myself working in any of these offices. So it was really a crazy decision to start working on my own, but for me, it was the only way to do it at that time. This was the time I already mentioned the economic crisis. That was maybe 2008 and 2009, the rest of the world, but it was really dreading a long time in this part of the world. So after this influx of money from 2004 to 2010, after many Russians coming to Montenegro, investing, building, everything but good architecture, we were left with what were just traces of these possible investments when we started developing the office. So we did a couple of projects, and most of them were really meant for tourism. Tourism is the main economical branch in Montenegro, and this is what you design for. So this is one of the hotels that we designed. It's a very popular location. It's in Durmiton Mountain National Park, UNESCO protected site as well. And it's been very popular among realtors. Actually, the other day, I again got a call from this famous realtor in Montenegro asking, are they selling again? So the land is still there. The project has never been developed. It's a hotel. The lake is real. I mean, this is the real photo. So it's a hotel with villas, of course. That was the only thing that we were building in Montenegro. Following that, we did a couple of competitions, win a couple of awards. This is for the inclined elevator in Herceg Novi. We did this project with Sadar Vuga, also a competition. And then we initiated a couple of projects that were more kind of designed according to expected budgets, according to some eco standards, and meant for these really nice locations where people were actually meant to build something that is more camping, that is more appropriate for the nature and so on. But that was almost it at that point. So what was happening at that time in Montenegro and what was being built is mostly apartments. So mostly residential buildings. Some of them in Podgorica and other cities, but most of them actually on the coast. And most of these have been built as second home apartments, so they were also meant for tourism. Let's say 80% of what was built as these residential buildings. And we have never designed a single one those. I mean, not that we did not want to, we just couldn't find a language with these clients to kind of bring this together to do this. We did a lot of analysis of what apartments were in time of Yugoslavia, of what apartments were being built at that time, and there were kind of many discussions in the office, in our small team, of how we can do it and if we should do it. And I have soon understood that there are two major currencies at this time in this construction business, not really architecture, but really construction business in Montenegro. And this is what's, of course, these currencies work for other places in the world as well, but it's really specific for countries with limited means and limited budgets and limited general culture and understanding for architecture. So one of these is a unit of 1 square meter. So if you imagine that the apartments are 80% of what was built, that was also the 80% of what was sold in real estate, of course, and the only criteria was the price difference for this unit of a square meter. People would buy apartments without even seeing the floor plan, just knowing how many bedrooms and how many square meters and what is the price for square meter. So the goal of these investors was to really create the best price difference of the price of the square meter they were paying for and they were selling for. This price of a square meter included not only, of course, the building itself. Within the building, it included not only the apartment, but also the public spaces within the building, but also the public spaces outside of the building that belong to the plots. And this is maybe one of the examples where you can see how this ends eventually. The other currency was a political mandate. So 4-year political mandate was really defining what was built in the public space. So anything that was built in the public space had to be part of the political agenda and had to be part of this 4-year mandate, because this is how government was elected on the high level, but also on the city level. So anything that you imagine that you want to do in the public space had to fit this agenda somehow. And I already said that the politics were really shit. So it was in a way clear to me that I wouldn't be soon speaking about any kind of architectural language that doesn't fit these two criteria. And that means that I had to kind of reinvent the language that we wanted to do within architecture. A different kind of substance was to become an architecture that I wanted to do. And so I shifted everything. I shifted the way we manage the office. I shifted the way we choose projects and so on. And so I went for one of these, of course, and that was the political mandate, in a way. So instead of talking to investors and clients, I decided, okay, let's take a chance with politicians and these so-called stakeholders, and let's see what we can bring out of that. So we had to, of course, adjust this language, make it, in a way, simplified. And this is a photo that actually shows a city of Kotor, and you can barely see it, the red roofs behind the boats over there. This is the photo from what was then an abandoned Hotel Fjord. The Hotel Fjord is this big Yugoslavian hotel, one of the last Yugoslavian hotels built in Montenegro. It's built just next to city of Kotor, that is a UNESCO protected heritage. Not only the city of Kotor, but the entire Bay of Kotor is UNESCO protected heritage. So it's also the nature because of this connection of the relief and the sea. You can also see here part of Kotor Bay. There is city of Perast and 2 islands that are kind of part of this entire area. Driven by that, we decided, I'll stick to some notes here, otherwise I can talk really a lot, and we don't want that. I decided that we placed the research that we wanted to do and kind of go for this format of summer school, but to really go into education. At the same time, this informal education was not really taking place in Montenegro. There was university, there was faculty of architecture that was really new. There is other faculty of architecture in Belgrade, in Zagreb, in Sarajevo, where architectural education has been happening, but in Montenegro not so much. So we choose the prison building, and this is the prison building in the old city of Kotor. The prison building has been built during the Austro-Hungarian time. It has been abandoned at that point for several decades. So it was used as a prison during Austro-Hungarian time. It was used as a political prison later on. And it was used as a local prison in the 80s. And that was it. Then it was completely abandoned. So we decided to occupy this building in a way and make a school there. It was also in a way, in this kind of maybe a little bit selfish, personal, professional way that I thought I need to reinvent a professional environment that I work within. So I didn't like how this professional architectural milieu looked like in Montenegro, so I said, okay, let's try to kind of elevate the game here and work on a different level. So invite other people that we can work together with. I like to show this photo because it in a way relates to what we've done there. And we came to city of Kotor, and they were not too happy about these architects hanging around and telling them what to do. But a great inspiration for me was this philosophy school in Korčula that was going on in then socialist communist Yugoslavia from 68 to 74. And they were actually gathering philosophers from East and West. And this was kind of hard to explain to local authorities that were in a bit afraid of free opinion. So how do you bring these people from East and West? And then you just use the excuse of tourism. So you bring these people so they can visit the beautiful country, and this is pretty much what we've been doing. We reactivated the prison building. Actually, people that lived around it for their entire life have never been inside. So we invited people inside, but we also worked there ourselves. First year of prison school dealt with prison, and what we've done is we created a project on how to reactivate this prison without many interventions, without any architectural interventions. So all the walls, all the doors, all the cells, everything would just stay there, and people could inhabit, work there, stay there, live there, whatever. So at that point, prison was privatized. And this is what happened to many buildings, many public companies, institutions, and so on in Montenegro and in former Yugoslavia during transition, is from something that was public good, it goes to private. By the law, no one could buy the prison building, but they could rent it for under this contract of 90 years. So it's the same like buying. We found out about this, and then through some channels. We even got the contract, which was this ridiculous contract without any penalties if the building was not maintained, used, or so on. So what we did after the summer school, we gave the project to the Ministry of Culture. We made an initiative that the building goes back to the state, but not to the prison state company, whatever it was called, but to the Ministry of Culture. Several years later, when we already left the prison, Ministry of Culture has renovated it. Now it's completely new building and operating. Of course, they removed any of our credits from that, but that's fine. So how we use the building is we really had our sessions there with the students. Students came from all over the world, but we left some places that were reserved for Montenegrin students, so we made sure we provide the education for local students as well. We stayed there for several years and did many projects out of prison. This is one of the talks. There is Hartman there. There is Milica Topalovic there at the time, Boštjan Vuga, Bart Locma. I think Jörg Stolman was there that year and so on. Maybe Mara was there that year as well, yeah. So, and apps became our, in a way, project generator. This is one of the later workshops that we did with Numen for Use. Maybe you know them. They work between Vienna and Zagreb. And we eventually moved out of the building. This is a workshop that we have done with Cosmos Architects. But one of the projects that was kind of generated under this, or on this apps platform was what we called the Grand Hotel Fjord. So you remember the photo that I showed? This is the Hotel Fjord that's just outside of Old Town Kotor. And in the second year of FAPS, of course, it was obvious that we are going to deal with these pathologies within the space and within the society in Montenegro. And this had to eventually include the tourism. So after this first kind of good promise, after what happened with prison, we felt very kind of confident that we can do these things. And I wanted to address this tourism issue, and an idea was that through the workshop we introduced some new models of tourism, and there is no clear strategy when it comes to tourism in Montenegro. At least it wasn't at that point. Now it's even worse. It's very chaotic when it comes to coastal development, but also development up north in the mountains. Everything is really profit-driven. And this development logic actually introduces these resorts. Some of them are gated, some are open, and that's fine, but you know, the style, the typology that they introduced had nothing to do with Montenegro. It was really this conglomerate of the styles from Mediterranean and other places that the foreign investors really felt comfortable with. And this is something that we didn't like, so we were actually standing and looking at Hotel Fjord, and we there decided that this is what we're going to do that year. So the idea was to use Hotel Fjord as this, to kind of rename it to Grand Hotel Fjord, but to really reinvent this typology of Grand Hotel. So Grand Hotel was not something meant for tourism only, or for tourists. Grand Hotel is meant for local people as well. Grand Hotel was supposed to bring this new lifestyle. And it was really about kind of reinventing this method that we later on translated into something that we called reuseism and never kind of followed up on this. But we were asking these questions like, what is Grand Hotel? What does it mean? Who is it meant for? And what is it today? There are some very good art festivals in Kotor back at that time, and this was supposed to be this new lifestyle generator. We proposed, of course, that some of these spaces, and these are big spaces inside and outside. We propose that some of them are used, some of them are just left like public space, they could be rented, and so on. Even the rooms, they could be turned into apartments, and okay, let's sell then those apartments, generate profit, and so on. And this great idea, we even tested it. So this is an empty pool of Hotel Fjord. When we went there for the first time, it was full of very dirty water, but we emptied the pool. This famous theater director, Paolo Maggelli, also directed the play in that pool. So it was kind of showing the officials that we can do this, you know, we can reuse this space without much intervention. And we also convinced them to do a little study and really show them in project how this could be done. And that was it. So one of these fallen promises was Grand Hotel Fjord, but it kept us going. So it kept kind of reinventing these new projects that we dealt with. And from that, it was clear that we wanted to kind of talk more about not only Grand Hotel Fjord or Hotel Fjord, but other similar structures. So one of these, actually these exhibitions that you mentioned, they're like series of promises, almost fallen promises, each one of them. But this is the Montenegro Pavilion for 2014, Treasures in Disguise. It was the Kołhas Biennale, so everybody was presenting these amazing modernist buildings that they're proud of and so on, and we decided to go with 4 ruins. And these are, oh, I have to, so it was me, Boštjan Vuga, Simon Hartman, Ilka and Andreas Rubi, and Neboj Šadžić. So one of them was Hotel Fjord by the way, a famous Yugoslavian architect Zlatko Ugljen, built in 1985. Second one was Dom Revolucije by Marko Mušić, built in 1979. Another one by Marko Mušić, and maybe some of you know this from these Yugoslavian architecture, what people like to call the brutalist architecture. So it's Spomen Dom by Marko Mušić as well, built in 1975, and then Kayak Club in Podgorica by Tupa Vukotić, local architect, built in 1969. So the Treasures in Disguise, we had a lot of discussions on how we present this. And in the end, it was really us architects that decided on how we're going to do this. So we presented these buildings through sectional models. So each model would fit one of the 4 rooms. And we wouldn't build the entire building. We would build just really part of it. So it would work in a way on this intimate level. So anyone entering this room would actually be able to see through windows of Hotel Fjord and see how it really how it occupies this space within Boka Bay. This is how we thought we showed the potential of this space. And yes, the history was always important and the heritage was always important, but it was really about showing the potentials of architecture that these buildings had. We had also this clear reason why we showed this at the Biennale. We were interested in these architectural qualities, but it was also about these really specific problems that people in Montenegro deal with in relation to these buildings. They're abandoned mostly, they're not in a good shape. Many people dislike them mostly because of this state. They think they don't belong to local space and so on. So the idea was to really use this international attention as well to bring out the qualities and to show that these buildings are good as they are. They cannot be demolished because it wouldn't be even responsible to demolish them, but also that they can be used in different ways. Spomen Dom is actually the only one that we showed as almost as a sculpture from the outside, because this was the main quality of the building. And Dom Revoluție is the one that was of our great interest in a way. So we showed this great hall of Dom Revoluție in the exhibition, and this is how it actually looks like. This is the photo of the great hall. How we involved, because I guess you can say this is a kind of dealing with these issues from a kind of an upper level, and we wanted to involve really local community as well. We didn't print this kind of big catalog, and this is the only photo that I had of this. So we printed this newspaper. This was our catalog. But besides bringing it to the pavilion and using it as a catalog, we published this new paper with the daily paper after the pavilion was open. So everyone who bought this most selling daily paper in Montenegro got this catalog with it and was aware of what's going on in the pavilion and why we wanted to do this. And it actually really started a lot of discussions, and people got involved eventually and really wanted to know what's going on. So I will hurry up now. So Dom Revoluție was another promise that was kind of failed in the end. I will be really quick about it. It was Sadar Vug and Hahaev who initially did the project. I approached this project from another level. I was someone who initiated the project from Montenegro. I was actually at that time asked by the government to come and work for them to try to follow up on these projects. It was a failed mission. But I'm just this reusism that I talked about, the way that we wanted to reuse these buildings was actually very well done or illustrated, at least in Dom Revoluție. So Dom Revoluție was this huge building, forever construction site, because it was an unfinished building. Marko Mušić won the competition in 1974. At that time, the project was for like 9,000 square meters. By 79, when the project was finished, it was 11,000. By 78, when it was started building, it was 22,000 square meters. So is this one of these really huge projects that was, of course, never finished? So after the competition, this was the proposal. There is a formula of 70, 20, 10. 70% of the space would just be as it is, unfinished and protected so no one can go there. 10% would be actually this public space, secure public space that you can walk through, and this is the red lines that connect one street to another. And 20% is these boxes that would actually be finished interior spaces of offices, shops, cafes, and so on. So you can see that here. This is one of the images. Mare was in competition jury, and we had a presentation in front of Dom Revoluție. People actually liked it. We asked Julien Lanoux to take some final photos of Dom Revoluție before the reconstruction. Then the reconstruction started, and this was one of the last photos before the reconstruction that I took. The reconstruction started according to the project that was done, but then I came back to the construction site and something weird was going on. And then within a couple of days, we all gathered. So this is the same place. We all gathered there and realized that they're doing something completely different. They're using the project and the process to really demolish Dom Revoluție. So this is Boštjan. So we found the rest of the construction at the waste place. And this is how it looks like now. I'll just quickly go through this one. This is another one. This is a big salina in Montenegro, huge. Okay. That's okay. What I wanted to finish with, and then I'll just skip. Okay, I skipped these. Actually, I wanted to just mention this because this was a kind of a turning point for us. We did this project in Montenegro, and we were kind of well known for that as a practice. And this is a point where I was also invited, as you saw at the slide before, by CCA to this kind of online conference that was dealing with architects as developers, or how not to be a developer. And then it started me thinking on, you know, where is my position within all this? And this is a project where I had one of the most complicated relationships with my clients, and it's my brother. So we are now actually working on 3 projects together, of course, after we rebuilt the relationship after this one. And because it was one of those that we followed up from the very beginning to the end in the construction, and it was really, really complicated for me. From that time, I decided that I would, in a way, initiate my own projects, and this is what I learned from the research. So in a way, it was maybe also dealing with my own kind of pathologies at the same time of not wanting to do the service, but really wanting to create projects. So what I was doing in research projects, really skipping the commission altogether, because I realized when I get commissioned to do something that I didn't initiate it was really too late. So what I really wanted to do is initiate each project and skip this kind of circle of commission, so I would be able to do really what I wanted to, just like what we did with apps and with the research projects. This is the Cannes exhibition that I'm skipping through. What I learned from this exhibition is something very similar, and that is how to know really the context. So Svetlana Kana-Radović is a famous Yugoslavian architect, and she was from Montenegro. She studied in Belgrade, went back to Titograd then, which was today's Podgorica. And this is what I learned from her. She really created amazing projects, but with extremely basic means. So this is Barutana monument that is also very popular. This is the photo of Marko Mušić, actually, when it was open. This is Kana at the construction site, but this is also Kana at the construction site. So it was built with these super basic methods, and she really understood how to do this. So for me, it's like going back to the first projects that I've done, dealing with these super basic methods. That is actually how I feel like I control the process. And it's not really about methods being basic, but it's really about knowing what can be done and controlling the entire process. So I finish with this. This is, we remain kind of the champions of unfinished businesses and projects. And Reuse is the book that we have started following all these projects that we have done. And it would be really frustrating for me that we didn't finish, but that at some point I understood that these processes that remained unfinished are something that I liked. So it means there is more to it, there is something yet to discover, but it also, it's not, I feel like it's not good to be tied to a closure. It creates an anxiety, and in this way it creates this almost fake feeling that we're always in love what we do. Thank you. And sorry. It is.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Cool.
So, hi everyone. My name is Nanne de Rue. And so I will talk about agency. And actually I want to thank Simon for this topic. It's very close to my heart actually. And you know, thinking about it, actually, it's something that I've been working on for the last 18 years. I just never knew it was called agency. So I looked it up on the internet, several definitions, and this one came from a self-help psychology website, which is also about personal agency. And it says that agency is a sense of control that you feel in your life, your capacity to influence your own thoughts and behavior, and the faith in your ability to handle a wide range of tasks and situations. You know, which I think is actually a perfect description of what an architect actually should have, you know, in a way. So thinking back about my own training as an architect, so this is 25 years ago when I was studying, at that point I think architects had like quite good agency, quite large agency. This is actually an exhibition in Rotterdam by Daniel Liebeskind when he hadn't built anything yet. So he was only a paper architect, but he had a huge exhibition on his work. So it was a real agency in being a thinker and being a kind of visionary. And I was studying at that time at the Berlage in Rotterdam, and I was taught by Winnie Maas and Wiel Adets and Rem Koolhaas and Lars Lerp, amongst others, came to lecture. So, you know, it was a fantastic time where we were kind of taught that the architect could be anything. You know, architecture was basically a kind of profession that could penetrate politics, could penetrate economics, you know, could basically be the kind of guidance of globalization. And after my studies at the Berlage, I went to work for Rem Koolhaas, and I worked for 2 years in AMO, the think tank of OMA. And I worked on many things, on very broad topics. I worked for IKEA, I worked for strategies for Volkswagen, I worked for the European Union, I worked on the book Content. I wrote an article called Holocore, Eurocore, which is about this kind of massive urban region in the heart of Europe. You could say almost anything but physical architecture, but always with, let's say, the strategy of an architect, with the agency of an architect. So that was a very inspiring time, but after 2 years, I really thought, well, it's time to start my own practice. And I really also had this kind of huge desire to really go back to architecture as a building craft, because before the Berlage I was trained as a technical engineer, so I was also teaching actually drafting, you know, drawing. I was teaching in evening school when I was working at OMA, which was a totally schizophrenic act, you know, to on the one hand work on world maps and at the same time detail like waterproofing details and correct your students on waterproofing details. So I founded a company called Powerhouse Company, which, you know, actually, we were just talking about it today, it's actually still a rather grandiose name. But the main reason is that I really wanted to have a long name for the company, because most Dutch offices had really short names with letters, or called Next, Must, or MJDV, or, you know, I thought, well, let's make a really long name, Powerhouse Company. Actually, first idea was Powerhouse Fortune Company, to make it even longer. But I was broke, I was super poor, so I thought the fortune is maybe a bit too arrogant, so let's just call it Powerhouse Company. And the first projects we worked on were quite intimate projects, because it was a time in 2005 when it was an economic boom, and a lot of the architecture offices had really big projects, but as a young office it was very hard to get in between. I was very lucky to get a really nice private commission as one of our first projects, and I was able to almost do everything myself. We were drawing more or less everything ourselves, going to the building site and completing the work. And funny enough, with a company called Powerhouse Company, a lot of people thought we were doing luxury villas. So we got a lot more luxury villas. But I always wanted to have an office which was basically doing all the different kinds of projects that architects can do. But before we were actually really well on our way, the economic crisis of 2008 came. And you know what happened? The banks collapsed, and for me what was really striking is that not only were, let's say, most of the bankers fired, also most of the architects were fired. And that for me was a really puzzling event. So how come that bankers and architects were so connected to each other? And then, you know, having studied architecture, I never learned a lot about the economy of real estate. You know, no one ever really talked about it. In the Berlage we would sometimes research about it, you know, but in general we were never really made aware of this kind of deep connection between real estate and architecture. So I decided to basically return to what I knew is basically doing kind of journalistic research, and we did actually 2 small books on the topic of architecture and economy, one called Rien ne va plus, based on the idea of architecture and speculation. Another one called Shifts, on the changing position of the architect, both actually together with Hans Ibelings. And then we also made an exhibition, and we made these kind of collages and sketches on the idea of iconographic architecture and let's say the death spiral of economics. But we also made physical models to try to explain some of the economic mechanisms that were behind the financial crisis. And you know, it was really fun to do it. This one, for instance, is about bubbles, about economic bubbles in scale and size in relation to each other. And you can see the one of 2008, the massive size of that economic bubble and the way that totally eradicated more or less the world economy. But another one which I would like to point out is this one actually, which is about housing prices and average income. So what you see in the foreground is the average European income. And as you can see, it's not really going anywhere. It's going up very, very slowly. You can hardly see it. And in the background, you see the housing prices in different countries. And what you can see is the housing prices are going up and down very rapidly, very, very volatile. And it also means that in some countries, you can go to work every day, but your house stays at home, and it makes more money than you do, you know, because houses are simply earning so much more money than the workers are. So these were some of the mechanisms that we uncovered, and I really started to think about this relationship between money and architecture. And also, let's say, as an architect, I also started to notice that the responsibility as an architect was also declining kind of rapidly. So before, you know, we were used to ask to design basically the entire process, not only the design, but also the execution. But after the crisis, we were only asked to do only the design. So this project, for instance, which was a very simple project, was an extension of a shopping center, let's say a post-war shopping center. We were asked only to design the facade, and all the detailing and all the execution was basically done by the contractor. And that stood in a really sharp contrast to the villas we were still designing, such as this one, for instance, in Munich, which is basically a house where we designed everything, all the details, you know, basically meticulously detailing the entire thing, generating, you could say, a total Gesamtkunstwerk. And so these were basically the private clients. The commercial clients were not interested in any kind of integrated design. And then we had, let's say, the public clients, for instance, the Amsterdam Technical School, where we won the competition for basically an addition of these two school buildings, which we designed this new volume, which creates a big, huge atrium. And I don't really want to discuss the architecture, but what for me was the most striking thing is that after winning the competition, I thought that we would probably have a long discussion with the board or with the director of the school. But we were for the first year, only talking to the facility manager of the school. And we were only talking to the financial manager of the school, the CFO. And for me, it made clear that, let's say, also the public realm is not really anymore about, you know, being a client, a real architecture-driven client, but really about being an economically driven client. So basically, you could say that the role of the public client is also really declining. And, well, this graph only goes into 2013, but this is, let's say, the expenditure of the Dutch government on culture and architecture, and it's been going down even more rapidly after. So, you know, that led to another, let's say, series of contemplations also after reading the book of Piketty, Thomas Piketty, on capital, and on this kind of, you could say, huge problem that we are living in this incredibly neoliberal world where everything is basically more or less guided by global capital, and the role of architects is basically increasingly declining in that sphere, as also described, for instance, by my old friend and my old boss, you could say, Renier de Graaf, who's from OMA, and I used to work a lot with him when I was working at EMO. So for me, that was really a kind of moment when I was thinking, like, what do I do with that? How do I position myself as an architect vis-a-vis that kind of particular problem? So, you know, the role of the architect, you know, has been steadily has been diminished, you could say, in this neoliberal world, you know. I think architecture has largely been left to spreadsheets and engineers. And also I think that architecture as a kind of act of a larger, let's say, responsibility within the built environment has also really become dependent on all this global capital. You know, and I think that as architects we're also never invited to be part of the business case. And I think we see that all around. I mean, this is for instance Liebeskind in Toronto. So if you think back about Liebeskind doing his exhibition as a paper architect, you know, Liebeskind basically doing large condominium towers, you know, being part of the, let's say, development world. But also the museums are increasingly privatized. We see the rise of the private art museum, as for instance the Gary designed Louis Vuitton museum in Paris. Well, and this is a map of basically the enormous rise of private museums. So you could really ask the question, who is building the city? You know, is it still, let's say, public institutes, or is it mainly being privatized, and are, let's say, the developers in the commercial world increasingly responsible for it? Now, around that time, we were, with our office, we were in an empty office building, which was from the 70s in Rotterdam, and it had been empty for a really long time. This building, actually, from the 70s, and it had been empty for a long time, and the government owned it, and they wanted to sell it, but nobody really wanted to buy it. This is in 2012, 2013. And we saw actually enormous potential of the place because it had fantastic views and also really high ceilings and quite beautiful detailing in it. Not only in the facade, you know, this kind of, you could say, early brutalist architecture, but also really quite beautiful staircases in it. And we thought, what if we could buy the building as architects, and what if we could make housing in it, convert it to housing, and then basically sell the houses and try to make a successful project out of it. And this was basically the first experiment we did with development. We managed to make a deal with the government that we had 2 years to change the zoning law, and after we could buy it. And in these 2 years we had to get all the permits and basically try to sell the apartments, and then we could buy it. And it was a really kind of crazy work. We actually did a lot of the renovations. We designed all the floor plans. We also designed a large variety of different apartment sizes, very large ones and very small ones, and everything in between. And the real estate agent said, well, you know, you will never sell the big apartments. But the funny thing is we immediately sold all the apartments basically in 1 week. And it became quite a successful project. I also learned a lot about all the financial risks you have to take, because it was quite scary, you know, basically having to sell all these apartments and having to buy the thing. But it also gave us an excuse to build our own house on the top of the roof, which actually was the secret agenda of the project. So this is now our house on top of the roof. And I got that house kind of more or less for free doing this project, you know. So I thought that's simply amazing, you know. That's probably the best I could ever get out of a commission. Now, at that time, I was also the director of the Berlage, and you know, having studied at the Berlage and then later becoming a director, I really encountered a totally different world at the university. So, when I was studying, the Berlage was a place which was very free and very open-minded, and there was no accreditation. There was definitely no Master of Science, you know. So, it was all very free, and you could basically study almost any topic you wanted there. And you were also, as a student, you were very much encouraged to really make your own curriculum. When I became the director of the Berlage, I wanted to do that, but it was totally impossible. You were totally straitjacketed by the European laws of accreditation. We had long lists, very thick books of all the, let's say, theoretical topics we had to adhere to. And it was very hard for us to invite teachers if they didn't have a PhD. So after my first 3 years as a director, I was asked to extend my period as a director, and I thought, you know what? What if instead of staying the director of the Berlage, I also become a developer? And what if I just start my own development firm, you know? What if I make a new company called Real Estate Development Company and start developing real estate? And that's exactly what I did. Together with a friend of mine, Niels Janssen, we founded Real Estate Development Company, also known as Red Company. and I became the Dutch version of John Portman. Um, now, you know, everybody of course knows John Portman, but you know, for me it's still kind of very funny that he is still one of the main examples of the architect as a developer, and that there are so few architects that became developer. So Red Company is developing real estate, but always with the agenda of an architect in mind, always thinking about using architectural strategies to create value, basically you could say, in real estate. Of course, we were lucky because the Dutch investment volume in real estate went up. We founded the company in 2015, and ever since, you know, there's been massive investments in real estate, which has been very positive for us. And the other positive thing is that we're based in Rotterdam, and Rotterdam, basically you could say, is in itself also a super speculative city. You know, being bombed in the war, it was basically an excuse for Rotterdam to clear its entire city center and allow it to be entirely rebuilt. And this is actually Rotterdam now, and you can see that it has been entirely rebuilt with different layers of architecture from the 60s, 70s, 80s and 90s. And it's interesting, now that I'm also a developer and I know all the financing behind these buildings, is that I think more or less 70% of these buildings is financed by German banks, you know, which is kind of ironic if you think about it, that the Germans bombed Rotterdam, you know. Anyway, that's just for the local people here. I just had to make that joke. Sorry. Everything is okay now. So. One of the projects we did in Rotterdam is a project called the Baan Tower. Actually, it's a very small plot, and the municipality of Rotterdam made a couple of areas in the city where they allowed for high-rise to be built. And we bought a very small plot from a local entrepreneur, and we designed this very slender tower on that plot, the Baan Tower. And yeah, we spent the last 7 years developing it. Main characteristic is that it has extremely big windows looking out over the city, and also here a really wide range of apartment types in the tower, and it basically has these amazing views. And now what we're doing now, we're actually building it at the moment. It will be finished in 3 years, and not only will we be the developer and the designer, but we will also be the owner of the building. We are basically the owner of the building together with the Dutch investment fund, both of us 50%. So that will allow us to stay on board for the long term, and that's also for us a reason to really invest heavily, for instance, also in the sustainability of the building. Another example is the Bunker Tower, which we just finished. And basically the Bunker Tower it was a project that was built on the site, or actually on the site of the bunker, which is a student center designed by Maaskant in the 70s. Maaskant is quite a famous Dutch architect, and he built this building. It's a student center next to the University of Eindhoven. And it's built entirely in concrete, so it really relates to this kind of brutalist architecture. And it was also really built in a time of a really strong welfare state. And you can see here, this is basically the student area, and you can see the professors with the bow ties and the pipes. Yeah, you can see that it was really, let's say, a promise of a kind of welfare state project. But then this is the bunker 5 years ago. It was left entirely abandoned by the university, because the real estate department of the university said, well, running cultural buildings is not our core business. You know, we are basically renting out square meters to universities. We're not creating cultural buildings. So they wanted to sell it. And they asked 5 developers to make a plan. And we were lucky enough to get on the list of these 5 developers. And they were all basically allowed to make an offer for the building, to offer a price for the building, and they also had to submit the plan. But they were also allowed to demolish it or do whatever they wanted. And we were the only ones that wanted to keep it, and we wanted to keep it by actually building a tower half into the bunker and half next to the bunker. And that tower would then generate so much value and so much cash that it would allow us to fully renovate the bunker, to make a big underground parking, and to create a beautiful park around it. And also to make social and mid-rent housing in the tower. So this is our design, and well, I'm not going to speak so much about the design, but the design was basically very much about trying to, let's say, work with the vocabulary of Maaskant rather than against it, and really make the project as a kind of extension of the work of Maaskant rather than, let's say, a contrast. So now the project is finished, and for me it remains super interesting that, you know, we managed to entirely create, let's say, total reconstruction of the Maaskant building, but at the same time also create housing, create a beautiful park, and also make money with it, you know, which all in all I think is a fantastic combination, which really allowed us to do something quite nice. Another example is the floating office in Rotterdam. The Global Central Adaptation United Nations think tank wanted to come to Rotterdam for its global headquarters, and the municipality asked us to develop a floating office for that institute. And we picked up that challenge. We had to build it in 16 months. And we created a circular building that is basically entirely reusable, but is also the most sustainable office building in the Netherlands, and is basically entirely energy positive and CO2 negative, or positive, negative. Here you see basically the way we built it. In this project we were the architects, the developers. We also were the contractors. We also took full responsibility for building it. And we're also still the owners of the building. Here you see basically how we built it, basically entirely as a kind of prefabricated volume. Well, I can talk a long time about this project. It was extremely difficult to get done because it's entirely floating, and it's a long story of how to get it done, but we managed to build it in 16 months. And yeah, it was a fantastic project to work on, and what was, I think, the real key to making it happen was the fact that we were able to integrate all knowledge on one table all the time. So there was no, of course there were a lot of discussions, of course there was a lot of difficulties that we encountered, but being able to steer the quality of the project as an architect, but also as a developer and also as an owner, was extremely, extremely nice. So now it's finished, and we also rent our own office in that space. So it's also our own office. It's the office for the United Nations Resilience think tank, but it's also our own office. We also have a fantastic restaurant. We have a big swimming pool in front of the office. And basically, yeah, it's amazing how you can get that done. And I don't think it would have ever worked with a standard developer. Another example I wanted to show is the Brutus Museum, which is a project I'm working on together with a very good friend of mine, Joep van Lieshout, who is an amazing artist. And Joep van Lieshout has been working already for, I think, around 30 years from Rotterdam. He makes very large pieces of art, and he has also an amazing collection of his own work, but also work of others. And Joep has been engaged in Rotterdam for all that time, and he has a quite large piece of land in the harbor, and Joep really wants to make a museum there for his work, and he wants to create a very large museum. So what we are doing together with Joep is that we are building around 600 housing units in 3 towers, and these housing units, they will finance a 10,000 square meter museum for his work. And there again, we use, let's say, the real estate logic. We use the, let's say, the money machine of real estate to create value and culture and architecture in one place. And it allows us to do something that most developers would never do. So basically, when we talk about agency, that's been, let's say, what I've been doing the last 8 years. We have now come to the astonishing amount of almost 7,000 apartments that we are developing. Almost 200,000 square meters of offices, 3 hotels, 2 museums, and besides being still an architect of a lot of the projects I develop, I also became client for a lot of architects, because we also hired architects to design parts of the project we develop. So I'm also the client to 11 architecture offices at the moment. Well, amongst others, for instance, this project in Rotterdam, where we are developing a tower and 3 other residential buildings, where we are working on together with 4 other architects. But I think it also learned to me a lot about the kind of service we can provide as architects, because we're, for instance, now also working on the redevelopment of the library in Rotterdam, which is a building from the 70s, and the commission is by the government, city government of Rotterdam, and it's very heavily leaning on feasibility because they're very afraid of a ballooning budget. And because of, let's say, our role as developers, we have so much knowledge about controlling budget and controlling the reality of a project that we are able to execute their position and their project very well. So when it comes to agency, I always have to mention Faust when I'm in Germany, somehow, you know. But I think, you know, of course you could say the developer is the enemy and is the devil, you know. And Nanne, you have done a pact with the devil, you know. You have sold your soul. Of course, that's what you could say, the Faustian deal, you know, of becoming an architect developer. Or you could say, Nanne, you're schizophrenic. You're like Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, you know. You're basically, yeah, either probably a lunatic or a madman, you know, trying to bridge that gap. But I sincerely believe that as an architect, you want to be an agent of change, and I think that architecture is always dependent on clients and on economy, so that's essential to trying to understand what we are about as architects. So, and I also think that there's no great architecture without great clients, you know, and I think that if you cannot find good clients, then at least try to be one yourself, you know, that would be another way to look at it. And I truly believe that architecture in the end is always a kind of vehicle to, you know, that's the whole title of the thing, is called Promise on Request. I think that architecture is always a vehicle to reclaim influence, you know, on ideals, on dreams, you know, on economy maybe, but also on form or on circularity. So I think for me, you know, being an architect developer is basically about using architecture as a kind of perfect Trojan horse, you know, where you come in as the architect, but you kind of come out as the achiever of great architecture, hopefully. So thank you very much.
So, does it work? Is it working? Yes. So thank you very much both for the great presentations. I mean, I think it's pretty interesting, even if you didn't talk before, that you decided to talk about agency by also sharing your whole biography, both. And maybe you found this like the only reasonable way to talk about this term, which can be also vague, no? It can be also not so defined. And this we know, of course, when we decided on this promise, was not so clear where we were heading. But I think, I mean, the most easy way to think about it was probably like yesterday morning, probably when Mariana showed the story of the Crystal Palace. I mean, if we think about that competition, 240 entries, unassigned, then Paxton arrives, and he basically starts a mediatic campaign, and then in the end he builds it because he promises that it will be cheaper, faster, and even more beautiful than the other 2040. And in a way, so this idea of the promise of agency is really related then to the built form, no, how we imagined it. And coming to your presentations, I think you presented almost inverse trajectory, like Diana starting from the concreteness of the vineyards, the perfect control of architecture, and then finding the way to build your agency in a context like Montenegro by research or by design thinking, while Nanne, maybe the opposite. You started more in this Dutch, really rich research environment, but then you moved to, I think at some point you said you wanted to move to architecture as a craft, no? So I would like to ask you both, after you had this twist, maybe, I don't know if you felt it this way, but maybe first Diana and then Nanne, if you felt that then also the architecture that you were producing in this view of the architect as an agent, had a change, you know, was less controlled, lost integrity, or actually this promise of agency is still capable to produce, let's say, the architecture you wanted to build without compromises, or, you know, like, maybe Diana, if you can start.
It's exactly what you said. It's, of course, we knew it's going to be completely different approaches to agency, but it precisely has to do also with the environment where we work in. So this environment of Rotterdam, this extremely well-crafted world, in a way, and on the contrary, it's Montenegro, where it's a complete chaos. So I think our positions within this topic of agency are exactly that. And I was thinking about that this morning as well, because we've seen these lectures today and yesterday, and I was just talking about this as well. So it's this really well-constructed world, in a way, this really well-constructed profession, in a way. And on the contrary, where I work in, it's everything but that. So it's impossible to kind of construct an agenda, even. And I think the agendas actually generate these promises, because we promise in relations to many agendas, and we've been seeing many of them these days as well. And so in Montenegro, you actually do not control any of these processes. I think it's also impossible. It's not up to me, but it's impossible. And when I was doing these projects, I never really thought about this. I was just doing what I thought was really the right way to do or to address the issue. But I think in our work, it was really dealing with issues, dealing with problems, and kind of addressing these issues, sometimes solving, sometimes promising and not delivering, sometimes promising and delivering. So yes, I think it's a huge difference from the very core of it.
Nanne?
Well, yeah, it's interesting. I think that for me, on a personal level, like, it's true that there's a certain risk in trying to, you know, really take on board so many responsibilities. And I agree, it's very different in your setting as it is in Rotterdam. I totally agree. And you know, at the moment, for instance, we are working on a project in Nairobi for a climate center in Nairobi, where we will also be the architect and the developer. And I can already tell you, that's a totally different world. But still, it's about the same principle, is that you take on the uncomfortable position of taking on another role. So you add the role, next to the role as an architect, you add the role of the developer, being financially responsible, and even building it, you become even responsible for the contracting of it and the execution of it. But for me, it's always been, the only reason to do it has always been because I wanted to create better architecture. And for me, it's always been about, if I don't do it, then I will not achieve the architecture that I want to achieve, you know. So I think that we're living in a world where there's very little willingness to take risks, you know, let's say financial risks. That's why a lot of real estate developers are really risk averse, you know, and I think also political risk is the same. There's also very little people that want to take political responsibility, you know, I think as in your case is also the case. And it really leaves the question, do you want to then take that risk? Do you don't want to take that control? And I think for me it's always been relatively, let's say, intuitive to really go and do that. And I would encourage anyone to try to do that, you know, because I think it's the only way to get things done.
Okay, so hopefully you'll find more competitors in this room.
Yeah, I hope so. Yes, more John Portman, please.
Yeah,
yes.
I'm curious to hear the opinion of Angelica.
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for sharing all your projects and the idea behind your personal agencies. I found it very interesting. I found it especially interesting that in some points and I unfortunately couldn't be here for the conference yesterday, but it seemed a little bit detached from the topics that we had before. And like for me personally, like agency in architecture at the moment is very much connected with the climate crisis, with inequality, with aspects that you also, Nanya also mentioned in terms of like what is actually economic development that got us where we are right now. And now I'm maybe bringing in the younger, lefty, politicized perspective here a bit. I think for the generation that is growing up now and finishing architecture schools, this development model that you showed is maybe not even valid anymore because it's quite hard to get the property or to like push into this market because you need to be financially really strong. I'd say like models that we see at the moment that were mentioned before as well, these activist practices, as Jan said, start with, yeah, activist stuff because it's often quite hard to even come into the market and do competitions. At least in Germany, for example, it's really hard for young people to get into the business in any way. So it's quite interesting as a reflection how, yeah, different the situation right here, right now is. And additionally, to maybe play back to you, how are you looking at these questions of like the spaces that you produce? Do they foster equality? Do they foster, are they climate adaptive and so on and so forth? So how are you dealing with these very temporary questions we're facing as architects and designers?
So there's two questions. One is about, the question is basically, is it possible to do it today? And I think the second question is, the spaces we create, do they really create diversity and do they foster also a really interesting cultural climate? I think for the first question, I don't know. I think that, you know, I started out with nothing basically. I was just, you know, an architect trying to make a living. I was happy. I was kind of lucky though that I was able to get these first deals done.
How did you get your first project?
Well, the first one, you know, the first one for the office building we did, that was for the house.
No, the Erstlingswerk. Yeah,
yeah, the house is how it mostly goes. You have people that believe in you, you know, and then you build a house for them. And we were lucky enough to have friends and family be our first clients, you know. That's how it often goes.
Which is already quite a privilege.
Sure, yeah, sure, definitely. But then besides that, you still have to make it work. You still have to make good buildings out of it, right? And you still have to build your practice. And I think if you look at the first conversion project we did, yeah, we took a huge risk, basically, of buying something which we had to pay in 2 years, and we had 2 years to get all the funding for it, you know. But we had none of the funding. But we took the risk and we made it work, you know. So I guess it's also about trying to take the chance and try to make it work, you know. I think when it comes to the second question about if the buildings you create, whether they are, you know, in the end also still as interesting as the initiated plan is, that's also one of the reasons why we want to remain owners of the building. Like the bunker tower, we basically had to sell it because there was no way we could keep it. And it's kind of interesting that part of the apartments we sold it to a pension fund, and they changed all the plans of the apartments. Yeah, the plans became less interesting. We were happy to sell a large part of the office space, which is the old bunker, to a company from Eindhoven, which is quite an interesting company. So they managed to make something quite good out of it. But, you know, I think you're always very dependent on the investors, and there's not a lot of investors that are very imaginative, you know. And that's why, for instance, the floating office, that's why we remain an owner of the building. Because that way we can, you know, have really a good restaurant in it, for instance, which is maybe not making so much money, but it's a really good restaurant, you know, that is really creating an interesting addition to the scene of restaurants in Rotterdam, you know. So that's our vision, is to try to remain owners of most of the buildings we develop.
But do you think it is possible to be a developer, as the CCA claim was, not in terms of like being a developer that is only acting for the profits, but really digging into high quality, good architecture, but at the same time providing rents that are affordable and providing something that is like giving more to society that only...
For sure. I think that, funny enough, like the floating office, like in the beginning when we did it, nobody wanted to none of the investors wanted to buy it, for instance, because they all said, yeah, it's risky, it's floating, and but now it's finished, everybody wants to buy it, but we're not selling it because we don't want to sell it. I think quite often when people see something that they couldn't have imagined, it actually creates more value. So there's a kind of almost irony in it. I think the more architecture and the more culture you put into the project, the more valuable it becomes. But there's just no one willing to take that risk in the beginning. They're only willing to take it when it's already done.
Maybe one more question for you, Diana. Like I found the fluidity of the projects very interesting, and it's like, I'm very familiar with this, let's say, because my own projects are similar as well, like a bit here, a bit there, and very different formats. So like, how do you manage to have a practice that survives within this fluidity?
Yes, this is probably the toughest part. And it's not only because of that. I mean, this fluidity, and this is the span of like 10 years, what I've shown. And now we're doing many other research projects and different design projects and so on that I haven't shown. So the tough part when it comes to practice is something that Nana mentioned as well. You have to find good clients. And honestly, there are no good clients where I work at. This is why I constantly reinvent what we do in order to stay in architecture. I can also leave architecture, maybe work for UN or something like this, but I really like architecture and I want to keep doing it. So this is why I keep reinventing these kind of models of practice, even models of business in a way, although not so organized. It's not like recently, there is a person that works with me that is an office manager, and she comes from a totally different context, and she keeps asking me, like, are you going to make a 5-year plan? I was like, with what? So this is really hard in a way, but what we do is we do a lot of research that we connect to design, or at least the design thinking, and then from that we come up with our own design projects as well. For example, we're now designing the public space for a village on Skadar Lake that we're also finding the funding for. So we propose the design project to the municipality and we tell them, okay, and this is how we're going to help you fund it. It's also a way of doing it. Yes. We'll talk about this. So again, it's also, in a way, it's different when being part of EU. It's also something that I taught a lot about these days, because different funds, different systems are available. Where I come from a country that it's not EU, so these systems and funds are not available. So there is a much more complicated process that you have to go through. And so, yes, and one of the questions is, I really like designing. I really like doing that. And then, so I think this is the drive that I have then. So I keep coming back to it. So it's back and forth, yeah. And then also there is one thing that, most of us here really are invested to, and that is teaching. And that's another drive, really. And I think it's a big part of what we all think about and go through.
Also because I think what you both shown is at some point what are the limits also of the discipline, because when you were showing the graph of the state that retires as a commission, as a client, and then the disaggregation of Yugoslavia, these two moments and the ruins that you've shown, etc. I think at some point, so we are left with a context, which is the one where you are both in different ways agents, but how big this agency can be. So this also to respond probably to Angelica, can we really be the ones that provide the affordable rents? Maybe you can facilitate a condition. I know that you disagree, so it's great. But, I think it's really important, when we talk about agency, to also realize that we are in this new condition. So either we become the state, so you do even a step further, no? We fund a state of architects and somehow we build public architecture, you know? But otherwise, what are the strategies that the discipline allows to do at some point? Because
the question is how you understand the discipline, no? Like, I think you can be an architect that designs, but I also, and I think both can be true at the same time, I believe in roles in architecture that are on the edge, like the Grenzgänger, no? That are like maybe not designing, but actively being involved in political questions that draw back to architecture. And we don't have a proper lobby that would push for example, high quality but still affordable apartments. And I think there is a lack of people that are able to understand the industry very well and argue out like of the aspects from the industry for a political turn. And of course this has to do with resources, with funding, with money that is not like, I mean, we're not lobbyists from like material producers that like just put people full-time paid in the DIN-Ausschüsse that sit there and just argue for their own good, no? So this is like, I think this is why we need to think about how smartly dig into this and push the industry. And I think this, like thinking outside or like redefining the roles while at the same time standing up for or like knowing very well what the core skills of architects are is super important.
Nanne?
Well, yeah, I agree. I think that, you know, as architects, you need to somehow understand the field you're working in, like the force field you're working in, and I think that experienced architects, they know that, you know, they know how to raise money with their clients, or how to discuss money with the clients, or how to discuss things with politicians, how to get things done. And these are all the things you don't learn in school. In school, you learn about architects being these kind of lone geniuses that design fantastic buildings, you know. And I once had this kind of fantasy of, I still an idea actually, or maybe one of you could do it, but please let me know when you do. To write a book basically about the history of architecture, but not from the point of view of the architects, but from the point of view of the clients. Because, you know, in architecture school, we are all taught that, you know, the amazing buildings, you know, like Salk Institute was designed by Louis Kahn, you know. Which is true, of course it's designed by Louis Kahn, but if you understand how it was built, there was, of course, Mr. Salk, who was an amazing client, you know. He had extremely sharp vision. He had an extremely sharp vision. He actually asked Louis Kahn to redesign it 4 times, you know. Like the design we know of the Salk Institute is the fourth iteration. The other 3 were simply not good enough, you know, because the Salk was really pushing him. So I think you could easily rewrite the history of architecture as the history of great clients, you know. All the great buildings that you all love all have amazing clients. And I think all the architects here that are practicing, they all know that, you know. They all know that you need clients with big vision to realize fantastic architecture. And I guess in a way what I've been doing is trying to become a client myself and trying to see how I can be a good client, you know, or how to basically be part of a system that encourages good clients, you know. So I think that would already be very helpful if in education we would learn more about the mechanism of how to create good architecture, as if it's only an intellectual thought. No, it's actually architecture is really about the practice, about getting your hands dirty, working together with clients, engineers, and so on to get it done.
One thing, I mean, you talk about housing, and this is a huge issue everywhere. And I think at this point, maybe in history, in world, it's where East and West, or developed and underdeveloped, or the world in transition, come closer, unfortunately. More unfortunately for you here. So, because far right is becoming really dominant everywhere, pretty much, from US to East Europe. And these global crises, such as housing, also climate, but yeah, let's just put that aside for a moment, it's too big to address, are kind of joint issues. So we all have housing crisis. For example, states that were in socialism did not have this kind of housing crisis because it was built as a collective and everybody was supposed to have a house and had a house, and it didn't depend on liberal economy. Now we shifted so far away from that that we are now facing housing crisis on a high level. So I think in this problem, there is maybe an opportunity to talk about it on a more equal level, which almost never happened before. When we talk about these differences in these worlds, and maybe I talk about this too much, but it was also so obvious lately, is we talk about learning from each other, but kind of learning on these examples that are really too abstract, something like Salk Institute in a way as well. So instead of this, we can just really talk about how is it possible to solve housing crisis. One of the things, for example, you showed the four walls and the roof, is it called like that, yeah? So one of the things I remember from that, and this was a very important lesson for me, is we all kind of separate in these small offices, small practices, or big, but we want to pursue our personal goals, our personal careers. And within this process, we kind of forget about the collective needs. Or we even, I think, jeopardize our careers by separating in these ways. I think it would be much more powerful if many of us stayed within a collective practice, and this is how we worked. I think on a financial level as well, it would be even more useful very often. So, yeah, I think there are common issues that could be turned with good agency, that could be turned into something that's probably a solution, or at least a promise.
I mean, Nani, you mentioned this as well. I actually noted this, like you started the agency from the individual, and then you later on, you went on to explain neoliberalism, no? Mm-hmm. I mean, the idea of like that the individual needs to be the Glückesschmied, that you need to like, you're responsible for your own wealth, no? And everything else is like deeply ingrained in many things that we do. And I think the aspect that you just mentioned, that we need to think of new forms of collective organization, no matter if it's like how we finance things or how we kind of like push politicians to change things, is super essential, as well in terms of like how we organize architecture and architectural production. And this is as well where I would argue like that the development in terms of like how you think and how you do it might not be the right solution, because it's like highly individualized.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's interesting, like I was thinking about like affordable housing is of course also a really big crisis in the Netherlands, and all the projects we are doing, we are always including social housing and mid-rent housing. And a lot of the developers that we are most often competing against when we have to buy a plot, for instance, they are always trying to not build social housing or not build mid-rent housing. The funny thing is that social housing and mid-rent housing are both not profitable to build. Let's say free market housing is profitable to build, but we use the profits of the free market housing to build social housing and mid-rent housing. Now the interesting thing is that, my personal conviction, I think if you build it with mixed housing qualities, so basically what I always call housing for everybody, basically, from poor to rich, everybody should be able to live in our projects. I think if you do that, you create truly long-term sustainable projects, because they will be part of, let's say, the tradition of, let's say, the Dutch welfare state model as it used to be, which I think is still extremely powerful and valuable in the long term, you know. The only way you can do that is by taking full responsibility, because no one else is going to do it. Most developers won't do it because they only think about their profitability, and they won't think about their long-term values. And of course, it's frustrating for us that there's very few developers like that. The only ones that are like that are mainly the pension funds that also have a long-term agenda. They're developing for their own pension fund, and they quite often do believe in that combination. But for the rest, any, let's say, free market developer doesn't believe in that. Of course, we try to convince politicians to do it. But yeah, as I said, at the same time, I can only influence my own actions, of course. And yeah, there you try to do as good as you can. But it's an interesting problematic, I would say. And I think also it's because there's so few architects that are developing. Because it's left entirely to the free market.
No, absolutely. I mean, it's like not your personal fault that like, I mean, I think it's valid. If you say I produce market value apartments, you of course need to make profit because otherwise you're not going to earn money. So the other option would be to have non-market housing, no? That is not dependent on profit anyway, but this is like then a larger political question. But still, as you said before, I think that's knowledge that you first of all need to have, or an understanding, and as well, if you want to get active on a political level, it's as well a specific language and knowledge that you need to have. And as it's not only about housing as well, when we talk about the climate crisis or addressing aspects that were mentioned before as well, like circularity and so on and so forth, it's the same things because it's systemic problems that like need this additional knowledge to be part of the discourse.
I think the problem is in short that we are living in a neoliberal market economy. That's the real problem, you know. And yeah, I guess we're only going to change it if everybody decides to vote for socialist parties, you know. But I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon, you know. So I think in the meantime, what can we do? What you can do, from my perspective, is try to take back control over architecture and development, you know, and try to conquer it with real results.
So I will open for some questions from the audience, since we're approaching the last 15 minutes of the panel. Yeah, so. No, but for the streaming, we're televised.
I thank you both for your presentation. It was very interesting. I think also Angelica bringing up this discussion on the word agency, and so I will not open that word again because I do think that it, in the nowadays frame, has some wider ideas also. But anyway, having said that, I would like, I saw two things happening. At a certain moment, Dejan, I don't know the name of the project anymore of which you said, and we went on site, and all of a sudden, they broke it all down and they made it differently. I look also at it like what people do understand how things should look. So I think what you discovered that day, that they demolished the beauty of it and they replaced it later on with something of which you say, fuck, what's this? Has to do with an understanding of the market who thinks how the things should be. I think this is very important to understand. And I switch it a little bit to your initiative, which I have to say, I only appreciate that architects do these things, but however, I also have to ask you a few things. Why does it look like that? What you show, your architecture represents a certain architecture. And that's of course parallel to a certain, how to say, kind of client. You are now yourself, by the way. You're now yourself, by the way. And so I have this question on, indeed, it is clear that we're living in a neo-capitalist system in which only the neo-capitalist system seems to be able to build our cities and futures. But also it is unclear why a certain language and architecture goes parallel with that. That's one thing. Secondly, I like to ask you to stretch. It's good you bring it to affordable housing, but I would like to know what's the percentage of the one and the other in the project, and how much you, as an experienced person in that, would believe you could stretch this percentage to more affordable housing. And in the shadow of that question, to me, is laid, we built plans of living units already, let's say, 100 years the same. We never question. Everything always got a little bit bigger, larger, by which the envelope we have to create to make it sustainable again only grows. So my question is, if you have now a percentage, I guess you probably make 10% social housing in the whole. No, 20? How much?
We make 50% affordable housing in all our projects.
But what is the price of affordable housing in a Dutch?
It's basically a combination of social housing and mid-rent housing. So I would say social housing probably around 25% and 25% mid-rent housing.
Yeah, okay. Okay, that's great already. So, because of course you have the key of the knowledge, I think, how would you feel if you, for example, could negotiate with more government interest or and so on? How do you have also behind this a kind of other little dream that brings it maybe back to the word agency that Angelica addressed at the start? And strangely, I can connect it myself totally, but it also has it goes parallel with an idea of how architecture looks like today, because that's what you struggled, Diana, exactly with. You believed so much in it, and all of a sudden you are not confronted only with an aggressive takeover, but also with an image which is highly more aggressive than the takeover as such. So I'm puzzled always with how the things look and what do they really enable or hide. And your project, I mean, your development project, what's your next dream with it or out of it?
Yeah, maybe you can answer first and I'll answer second.
Okay. Again. I'm glad you brought up that topic of how anything looks like, because it's a kind of a hot topic, not only today because we brought it up many times, and I'm sure we'll hear more in the next talk, but also because it is a hot topic. And it was about Dom Revoluție, which was the project that you talk about. This was really a kind of a spectacular place that really impresses you, that really not only looks in a certain way and looks well, but it really creates an amazing impression. It's an atmosphere that really moves anyone who's in there. So I think losing this space is a huge loss, not only for Montenegro, for that city, and we talked about this today, but really it's a kind of a historic loss, I think, for architecture altogether, for history of architecture even, for any of us who could have visited and experienced this place. So in many of those projects that I talked about, it was about this. There is certain aesthetics, and there is certain visual quality, and not only spatial quality, and definitely not only history or the dynamics of the cities that we talk about. So, yeah.
Yeah, so you had a couple of questions. One was about the question of representation, right? The question of the image, of why things look, the image, why it looks like it looks like.
But I think they are connected.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I think there's an. Yeah, I think there's an interesting anecdote. I think, of course, when you talk to banks and financiers and real estate agents, they understand a certain language of visuals, right? Which is about the promise of the rendering and the promise of the rendering as an image, right? Which is obviously the images we produce, because we have to also perform within that arena. And I think there's an interesting anecdote in relation to that. Like, we were developing an office building, one of the first office buildings we did, and we got our first big loan from a bank to build it. And it was 20 million euros loan. That was like, it's a huge amount of money. I never borrowed that much money before, you know. So we had a closing, as they call it, closing lunch with the bank. It was the director of the bank was there. And I thought, you know, maybe I'll just make a nice little book about the project with the renderings in it, you know, like a nice little book. And I brought it to the lunch, and I put it on the plates of everyone on the table. And the director of the bank, so we were saying cheers to 20 million euros of loans. And he was looking at the book. Oh, I said, wow, that's so beautiful. And I said, well, it's for you, you can take it. And he said, really? Can I take it? Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I'll show it at home to my kids, you know, to show what I'm doing, you know. And for me, that was like a total awareness, like, I'm borrowing 20 million, I'm giving him a little book, and he's like super happy with it. But also, he said something like, then I can explain to my kids what I'm doing, you know. So he's financing all these real estate projects. And he can never explain what he's doing, because he never has a beautiful image or a nice picture that everybody understands, you know. So I think probably one of the reasons why we make the images the way we do is because we want to communicate on a relatively low level, you could say, on an accessible level, right? Well, I'm I'm pretty sure about that. Yeah, it's interesting. I can understand your question, though. Especially, I can understand it within the context of your work also. But I think what I'm always looking for is a kind of relatively accessible way to make people understand what it's all about. And I've also realized, but that's a longer story, but if I'm designing houses for clients, quite often one of the clients doesn't even understand the model, or they don't even understand a floor plan, you know, because they don't have a clue how to read a floor plan, you know. So that's always about representation and making people understand what you're actually making. I think, so that's one of the reasons why we make images the way we do. I do notice, however, that a lot of students that apply to my office as architects, they quite often make abstract drawings, you know, axonometric drawings or hand drawings, which are all very beautiful, and as an architect I totally appreciate them. There's very few clients that really understand these drawings, so it's all about representation. I think the second question you have about the amount of affordable housing, I already said 50% of the housing we make is affordable. In Amsterdam on projects we go up to 80%, but it's all in relation to the value we can create with the remaining 20%. And now the irony is that Amsterdam, for instance, it's a really interesting story. Amsterdam is a socialist city, so they have a socialist city government. All the social planners, you could say, are mostly socialist. You know, they all want to create a better city, lots of social housing, lots of green, you know, culture, everything. But then there is the ground policy people that are into selling the land, and they're all basically right-wing populists. They want maximum money for their land, you know. And in Amsterdam, they are charging so much for the land that we could easily build 90% social housing. But they want so much for the land that it's very hard to build more affordable housing in Amsterdam. And the problem is also that architecture is always squeezed. Even though the land is so valuable, they're building very poor architecture in Amsterdam at the moment, which is totally ironic. So, unfortunately, as a developer, you're in control, but you're not fully in control because you're fully dependent on the context in which you build, you know. But overall, I would say I would like to push it further, but it really depends on where you are and whether you can get it done. And then the other thing, if you want to keep social housing for the long run, because you want to, let's say, make better floor plans or create better floor plans, then you need to create a social housing fund, and in order to get one, you need to basically jump through so many hoops that you'll be busy for another 5 years. But that's one thing I'm working on, is to create a social housing fund, create a mid-rent income housing fund, and then to really create long-term funds that will be able to really sustain these kind of architectures in the long run. It's all possible. It's all possible. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Well, it is for me a risk if like, let's say, people don't understand it and they don't buy it or they don't, yeah, that's a risk. Yeah. Yeah, that's also true.
They're history books.
Another story. It's another story. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks.
So we still have time for another.
Hi, thank you both for the question, for the presentation, and I'll follow up with a question. I thank also for the transparency and to being almost non-apologetic for what you do. I think it's really important today that we have this debate here. I'll just jump on what Jan was saying about risk. I think this is the one thing I would highly disagree, is that the real estate market is a risk. There's almost no agency, no offices that are actually going into bankruptcy. So I think there is not a risk there to be taken. There's just the opportunities. And of course, in your case, maybe in Holland, you're allowed to be a developer and an architect, but it's not the case everywhere. There are many countries where it's actually forbidden. So what can you do if you actually cannot behave like a developer? And I understand your perspective is from a private one when you're allowed yourself to develop. But what should we teach then at school, actually, when you say we should enter the school? And what should we actually bring in the school? How should we teach the student to actually maybe help the government to accompany them, to help them actually to support their own project, and financially to avoid them losing to the private market? Because this is probably where we can act also as architects, is to somehow be consultant and to support and to make sure the public building, public equipment don't fall into this private development. And we've seen that with all these PPP, public-private partnership, which are most of the time at the end also a disaster in the outcome. So, but I think this has to be taught at school as well. This is where we have to learn to act or to deal with this market.
Maybe you would also like to answer that one, but I'll answer first then. Yes, thanks. So I think what it's, the question about that is not allowed everywhere is true. In the Netherlands it's allowed to be an architect and developer. I think in France it's not allowed. There was a French architect who became a developer in the 60s, but he failed and then he went bankrupt, and then they made a law that forbid it. But actually, honestly, I don't believe, I cannot understand why it would be forbidden, It's like such a logical thing. In Holland, you also have a lot of contractors who are developers. Everybody thinks that's very logical, In Germany as well, a lot of the contractors in Germany are also developers. Everybody thinks that that's perfectly normal. But being able to design and develop would be strange. I still don't see the reason why. In terms of education, I would say it would be fantastic if students would not only learn about structure and design skills, urbanism, but it would also learn about business cases. How does an average business case of a project work? How much money does a building actually cost? When I started my company, I realized that if you want to build, let's say, a building, that you take on so much responsibility for the budget that you have to control. I think a lot of students don't even realize that a normal building costs somewhere in between $1 million and 20 million or something, and then a larger public building costs maybe 20 to 100 million. I mean, to really be able to control that, people must really trust you. You also need to gain quite a lot of experience, So I think it would be really good if students would learn that already at a very young age, and learn to play with it, learn to play with the financial parameters of the project. I think it would be so helpful. I think it would make them such better designers, I think a lot of students I get come out of university, they have no clue about budget, no clue, not a clue. I think that's really a tragedy.
I just quickly would like to answer or add to the question considering the risk in development. There is quite a risk. We saw some blow-ups of developers this year in Germany especially, as well Euroboden, who was known for digging into, I'll add to that, or doing good architecture projects. The problem, of course, is that they draw out the profit before, no? It's not, as you said, there is, of course, this earning of a lot of money, but still we saw the blow-ups of the companies. So it's both sides are true, I would say.
I want to add this. One thing on architects and developers in one person. We also know a lot of projects that we know and we appreciate, and architects that we appreciate that are actually, in a way, developers, building their own house, financing their own projects that they then promote, and we really like, and it's really innovative and really smart, is also, in a way, for me, a development. So many of those architects do not come out on stage and say this openly. We just see these projects and we're amazed and we say, okay, who are these amazing clients? But actually, they do finance them themselves, which is, I would really much more appreciate them and their work if they talked about it really, you know, how they do this, why, what's the return on that, because there has to be a calculation. And that's great. I mean, this is, for example, I use family. And
I think it's great not to be misunderstood.
No, yeah.
Asking to the question at the beginning, I think in the future, there's, I think also in Switzerland, to get a loan is impossible. If you don't have,
Yeah.
if you don't come from a privileged background, if you don't have money, we cannot do that, for instance. So I'm not criticizing the model of
No,
the
no,
country,
yeah.
but I'm saying what are then the alternatives when you don't have access to this, and I wonder if we all have this responsibility to address this issue ourselves, or should we actually go back to the state and help the states, or create collectives to actually, how's it called, this, it's also this American model where you can come together to
Cooperative.
yeah, no, it's not a cooperative, it's also what they're doing in Belgium, in Brussels, it's an American, land trust, exactly. But that's my question. It's more what's the future, because I think it's only reserved to a very small amount of people who can afford that. I know many also in Switzerland build their own house, like you say. And I think that's what I appreciate, is the transparency, being honest about it. But it's only a very tiny fringe of the market, and what's left for the others, and how can we also enter this question?
Well, I guess one way to answer it, but that will be, maybe it's a bit of a negative ending, but I guess we also simply have to acknowledge the fact that real estate became a super big industry, which is very hard to get into. And I guess as architects, especially as future architects, the more we understand that, the more we can work with it and against it, rather than retreat in some kind of theoretical stronghold where we kind of debate theoretical architecture without really being able to engage in the brutality of real estate.
I need to add something so that we can end on a positive note. First of all, I think it's not either or, but it's like really going on all fronts, and as well talking about this in architecture schools and showing the different things you can do. You can as well work in the administration, you can build land, like all these things, you can do them, but people need to know about it. I think one of the biggest risks, and this was recently in last year's Davos Economic Forum Risk Report as well, is that the next generation is extremely frustrated and draws back from actively engaging. And this is especially important for everyone who is teaching at schools, to make sure that students still feel able to do something, like that they have the feeling of being part of an somehow efficient system, that they feel this efficacy that they can have within the system. Because if they don't have the feeling that they can do or change anything, they won't, they'll draw back. And then, yeah, exactly. And for this, we need a collective agency that is really like pushing what we just discussed.
Thank you. So I thank you all.
We end with all these positive notes because we will have 5 minutes break, and then we have intermezzo again. I called it the dark intermezzo because Lars Lerup reads from the first chapter of his unpublished new book, and he will read the chapter Distance. He doesn't want discussions, he just wants to share it. In 5 minutes here, against the world, against suburb. 5 minutes back here, and you will start.
look, half of you are here and the other half is outside. That's exactly how we should begin. Because you have only heard half the story, namely about practice. It's another story. How you prepare to be a practitioner. And usually, if you ask a developer, the answer is very instrumental. You should learn this and learn that. You heard Nanne, he was rather instrumental about what he thinks schools should do. And I've heard that from so many. And why I have resisted for so long, I'm no longer so sure. I'm no longer so sure. The older you get, the more indecisive you get. My wife has great trouble with me because she asked me a yes and no question, and I answer maybe. And you realize that it's very, very difficult to operate in the real world. So what I have done in most of my life, I have always been working about tomorrow. Very rarely today. That's why I love writers like J.G. Ballard. Usually, I reveal I have two lives. The last life, which I've pursued fairly intensely over the COVID years, and COVID has had an enormous impact on me. I almost left and went back to Mars, where I came from. But I have now, and this is a coming out for me. I haven't spoken for so many years publicly that it's very frightening. I hope it doesn't show. So my other world is the life and death of objects. This is my last book about my hidden practice of making things. Because I was trained in my home country to make things. I started construction when I was about 15, 16 every summer, and became a civil engineer and worked in an office and went to Paris, and I never came back. That's what happened when you go to Paris. So I tried to get into architecture school in Stockholm. I was refused. The dean I talked to said, well, it's enough for you to be an engineer. So I said, okay, fuck you too, I'm going to America. So I went to America. And I went to Berkeley. They managed to reinterpret my engineering degree, which is Diplom-Ingenieur auf Deutsch. So they cut my 5-year program into 2 years. And it was riots all the time. It was 66 to 68. It's a complete revolution. So I learned how to draw with gas in my ears, my eyes. Then I went to Harvard because there was a place open for me because somebody couldn't afford to go. So I went. And then I went back to Berkeley for 25 years. And then I worked for SciArc, and I came back to RISE, where I was a dean for 16 years. And then something radical happened. I retired. I left that which was my life, my sustenance, and I almost went crazy. I was saved by my wife, who's one of the saner people in this world. And it was extremely serious because I realized that I had always been a student of my field. I could never fully be a professional. I was always too curious about what was around the corner. And I learned more about architecture from people like Borges, Beckett, artists. I spent so little time with architecture because I was so familiar with it that when the field of the university opened, and I said to myself, architecture has this enormous opportunity. It is so much more interesting than sociology because it contains everything. And as my old friend Quinter used to say, architecture is everything. So that's how I approached it. And I wrote many books about the potential of suburbia. And I've come to understand that that was completely wrong. It was a total mess. All those books are so positive and nice and talking about the opportunities. So I fell on Ballard, who said this very wise thing, and I will quote. Suburbs. Oh, I have had my eyes fixed. I had to reading. Do suburbs represent the city's convalescent zone or a genuine step forward into a new psychological realm, at once more passive but far greater imaginative potential, like that of a sleeper before the onset of REM sleep? Unlike its unruly city counterpart, the suburban body has been wholly domesticated. One can say that the suburbs constitute a huge petting zoo, with the residents' bodies providing the stock of furry animals. So this is the proposition of a kind of duality. This escape from the city that was dominated by economics placed all these humans in this peculiar situation. They had grown up here in the perimeter block, and they just reversed everything and surrounded themselves with distance in order to be secluded, not realizing that they all live in the same damn house. From Alaska to Houston, it's the same house. And aren't we a little different? We have all kinds of new groups of people coming out of the woodwork saying, we're not, why should I live in a house like I am some kind of family when I'm not? Why is it so rigid? Why can't it be more open, more flexible? And why so much distance? Because ultimately, distance is lethal. Isolation is lethal. That's why we invented cities. We need them badly, and it's become more and more obvious today, where we have, because of suburbia, separated completely from each other. So on first reading, Ballard's entry for suburbs in his project for a glossary of the 20th century may seem characteristically dystopian. For me, it's remarkably insightful. The acute tension between the suburbs' potential as a cultural advancement, a new form of urbanization, and as the escape from the city, the suburbs' original paranoia. Evidence of both futures is plentiful, which is not quite correct, by the way. It's relatively rare. The Anglo-Saxon aversion to the city, the apparent need to convalesce from a day in the turmoil that brings about the invention of the suburb, when the commuting London merchants move their families to Clapham Commons, also leads to the first genuine step forward when the fight against slavery is centered on the commons. The common was a fundamental piece of the original suburb. But immediately when the suburb came to America, the commons were erased. Because after all, the city was there, you know, we could go back. And this was a kind of reduction. Like the only revolution in the plan of the single-family house was the removal of the wall between the kitchen and the dining room, so that the wife could participate in the discussion. It was in fact $2,000 saving for the developer. Those things are so indicative of how crude the environment has become by the construction of the suburbs. It's like most of the students that I have dealt with came from the suburbs. They were completely bewildered by the perimeter block, by the city. Yes, they had no chance of understanding why it was so important to see other people. So like in Nanen's plan, when you step out in the corridor, suddenly there is a very wealthy guy that lives in this marvelous, huge apartment, but I live right next door in my own apartment. And we meet, and suddenly we start talking in the elevator because it stops. And suddenly we have a conversation about what it is to be together in this world. Where we need to negotiate, we need to cooperate, we need to understand our differences and make a difference, make the best out of what's left to us. We have managed to, it seems, to really destroy the world we lived in. And it's about, what can we do? We won't fix it. We can maybe go back and improve it a little bit, and we have that responsibility. I realize that I need to move on here. I'm sorry. So, along this industry, there used to be one that was called the road took you from Chicago to the West Coast. And it has a lot of mythology around it. The real ambition was to get from the east to the west via the industry. And that was completed actually in 92. So it's relatively new. I can't talk to this. So, anyhow, okay, so this works. So this is part of the things that I realize I'm quite lost. I need to recover. Ask me a question. Yes. Yes, absolutely. So this strange driving across the country is the creation of something that I call American distance. In it is built two bizarre opposite things. We both want to overcome distance, but we also want to make distance. So in other words, we don't want to live next to the Jews or the blacks or the Chinese or the Swedes. But at the same time, we want to get over a country. We have to own more land. We have to expand. So that's where distance comes in as an extremely useful way of doing both things at the same time. When I live in the suburb and I step out in the morning on the front porch and I look at my neighbor that has come out, if it's a male, you can't see if they've shaved. If it's a woman, you can't see if she has makeup on or not. If there is a child, yeah, you can barely make out whether it's a male or a female. you do what you do, you wave at each other, and that wave in itself is like, stay away. But of course, we are all the same. We live in the same house. We have the same amount of money. So let's just perpetuate this strange, strange kind of suspension in space. So you drive along that way. In LA, you make movies. Really good movies at that time. He's wonderful, this man. In Arizona, in Phoenix, you go to retire. You retire in a place that has no water. And you realize you have to have water every day. Without water, you're dead. And yet people move in there. And, you know, it's sort of ultimately the natural suburbia. There's one house over there, another one there, they look exactly the same. And so it goes. Yes? Speak to me.
I can also do that for you. And you just say next.
Okay.
And each time you say next.
Or Houston, where I have lived for 25 years. Oil. Because along that route, thanks to tankers, we supply petroleum for the whole country, in both directions. So we are a fundamental place for a house of the place of energy. So it is an extremely important city. Can you move to the next? And of course, there's the beach in Florida. And I started out really by driving across that country, beginning to understand what distance meant. Sweden is a fairly big country too, but in Sweden you don't travel. I always went south. So all of this is provided along this long stretch of urbanization. Then we have next. This is suburbia. The cul-de-sac, the yards, the feed into the freeway, and distance, everywhere. Distance, 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 distance. To make this peculiar environment, the only variation here is that, what is this? Why did this move in so well? Nobody knows why. None of it is particularly logical, and yet it's extremely logical. Next. Then you get the occasional city, which is then, of course, the end of the commuter suburb, with that famous diagram by the architect from Lithuania, Mr. Kahn. And this is Johnson right there, Philip Johnson. It's a very fine building. Next. And this is what I draw, what I do a lot. I draw. I have drawn my entire life, I think. I think I could. Before milk, I drew. And this is some of the places I've spent time in. I don't remember the name of it, but there is a nice Duomo. It's a Palazzo Piccolovini, which is a very nice hotel. The Piazza. And like most architects, I love this. I think it's incredibly important. That's where culture stems from. That's where lost it. We have lost the culture. Oh, am I not talking into the machine? Okay. Next. That's a fine building by Tom Main, but it's the vehicular urbanization. The driving machine for suburbia is the car. So it's all a kind of sinister assemblage of energy, energy use, and distance making, and occupation of land. This seems now inevitable and natural, but in the long run is extremely problematic. We have covered too much earth and not. So what I end up with is we have occupied too much space. We have very problematically, we should never build on Virgin Line again. We have already taken up enough space. We should build on that, which means we should try to rebuild that which is there. And if it can't be used, which is, as we have learned today, is not much you can use of the old, find a way of putting it in the basement. But reuse things, rebuild things. And renewed, we need to begin to cooperate more. By the separation we have gone through, day out and day in, living apart from each other, we forget how important it is to meet like this. This is why the university is so fantastic, because we have a chance to talk. Unfortunately, we still haven't gotten over this position. You were there quiet, thinking, who's this old fart? Why is he telling us this? And I am the one that now have to keep it going. I really don't want to. I would love to have a conversation with you. Yeah. I do what I'm told. I can't blame that. It's, you know, you gave me a big salary to do this. I would have liked to talk about objects, but you know, that shit happens. Next. What is this? Oh yeah, this is the back office. So in order to try to recuperate something that's going on in the city, the back office started to emerge, driving out of the Bay Area into the behind the scene, which was very important, the back office there. And there was the overeducated, often women taking care of their children that wanted to go back to work. And they had great flexibility. This was the beginning of the idea of the emergence of suburbia as Ballant said, a psychological realm of another kind. So years later, this is taken up in Palo Alto, California, with the invention of a computer for all in Steve Jobs' garage. The deep sleep of the endless archipelagos of subdivisions occasionally awakened by the birth of valleys. The uncanny valley of silicon as the total conversion of the back office, reinforced by my own brief encounter in Xerox Park, were thinking outside the box, is giving it literal meaning when rejected keyboards are exiled to the back of the box. And it's still here. But at that time at Xerox Park, all the keyboards are back here, and we are fumbling on the screen. This is a long time ago. And it was a fantastically inspired time. While in another lab down the corridor, intense work on the mandala is entering the realm of REM sleep. Because at the same time, at Xerox Park, there were research on the most mystical, mysterious things. again, a kind of marvelous place to think. And there is originally where Steve Jobs showed up and learned something that he then transferred into the iPhone and so on. So, and against this occasional promise, the suburb as a domesticated body hiding in the shadow of the interstate under Frank Lloyd's rights, the line of domesticity, a zoo where the furry animals or the furry mammals are managed by the mortgage holders through the comfort of distance from others, leaving us in the dire suspension of an unknown guestopia. This guestopia is the future. We have never really known what the future is going to be like. And yet, for those of us who always, that's why I love Ballard. Because he's operating just tomorrow. Not today, but tomorrow, of what could happen. So my intention of this fumbling attempt today is to tell you that the suburbs are dangerous. The suburbs are dangerous. And we are affected by the environment we live in. Architecture is important. It has agency by itself. It does something to you when you live in a big space versus in a small space, when you can open the door without knocking on it. All of those, that world, we have to get back and appreciate and fight for. That's why it's so marvelous to see a display of attempts to build in this room under 2 days. It's very inspiring for people like myself to see that there's so much power, intelligence, and to operate in places all over the world to try to make architecture. Architecture is extremely important to us. It cannot be trivialized. And it is different than building. But don't ask me to define it. You can't define things that are alive. It's alive with us. It has been with us forever. And we must try to put our feet on the ride and do it. All right. So if Route 66 provided America with a myth of going west, Interstate 10 provides the dimension of American distance. The cities it connects display a snapshot of America, vacations on the beach and in the desert, the pleasures of music and food, universal energy, and most of the movies. All the cities are motorized, nationally and locally, touched by the tumultuous southern climate, and excess and lack of water, deadly wind and lack of, restless geologies, heat, wet and dry, demanding. Next. I began to try to understand suburbia by trying to find some kind of formal vocabulary so I could speak about it and not just point at it. So there was a canopy of trees that indicated where the wealthy lived, because outside there are no trees. Where the poor live, there are no trees. So in other cities where you look at the slope, you know what, the rich live up here and the poor live here. In Houston, the poor live in the flooding areas. And one of the mayors was once asked, why do you still build in the flooding areas? And he said, where should the poor live otherwise? This sort of clarity over what the world is about is astonishing to me. So this is the zoemic canopy, the field room, only if you live in a high-rise building can you know that the weather is another form that no longer is natural, because we affect it so much that it's another artifice. We have been very good at occupying. Next. Downtown. Downtown that today has an enormous occupancy problem, because the connection between suburbia and downtown is starting to weaken, because in suburbia we are beginning to see the city moving out, leaving the city and becoming something completely different when it sits in suburbia. So it's a peculiar, this kind of, there's a word for it in geometry, where you take the perimeter block and turn it inside out. There's a peculiar consequence of that very simple gesture. Next. Next. But what's happening in Houston that is quite interesting, maybe not, is that inside the loop, this is the inner loop, there is a kind of peculiar new form of urbanization taking place. A polycentric place where downtown is just one other polycentric center piece. The Herman Park, the Texas Medical Center, the Greenway Plaza, the Galleria, all of those things is beginning to try to take advantage, because eventually you find better parking. Next. The notion of an activity surface that is undulating over a 24-hour cycle. The medical center that is always occupied, it's a 24-hour city, while others are much shorter. The parks are relatively short. They're close at 8. Downtown was once very lively when this drawing was done, which is quite a while ago. Now it should be much lower. So that whole activity surface is something that we can probably program and work with as a kind of planning instrument. Next. City life with all its roots. This is actually a piece of Berlin. And again, the activity surface between 5 and midnight, between 9 and 5, between 0 and 9. How it undulates. And of course, we think we start thinking about it as some kind of biological operation, which is completely wrong. It's just a huge assemblage. That's why assemblage theory is so important. And it's been developed by Manuel de Landa and earlier by Deleuze and Guattari, that began speaking about assemblage. I think assemblage theory is a fundamental piece for a way to understand how we make cities. Okay, thanks. How long do I have? How long do I have?
10 minutes.
Okay.
5 minutes.
I've taken a whole hour.
It was half an hour. You put promises, the better holiday slides.
So why don't we just go through the slides really fast?
But I want to hear your text. That's all yours. Yes. Already.
Okay. I'm sorry. I know that my wife's going to tell me it's one of my worst lectures. But I have to be forgiven because I'm retired. And with that probably comes a certain, I'm also retarded, which is, you know, all of it goes together. So I tell you, never retire. It's a stupid idea.
Thank you very much. And he had tons more. It's great. I will. I already read it.
But you should read this. You should read this. This is much better.
So, shall we still, I mean 5, we continue? Yeah, let's do 10 minutes of break, you know?
Forward the
are still interested in how much time. You see that? Here is the clock. That's
I don't want to do math, so I'm just going to do start. What, 40 minutes each, right?
I say that, yes, it was so sweet. So, guys in or out? Out. This is Lily.
That was me when I was a young child.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, before all the plastic surgery. When my ear was sticking out.
I love, that this is, for me, this is a fetish. Women with, yes, with long hair and the ear sticking out.
Sticking out between the ears? Yeah.
This will
Like a pixie. Like a pixie. Like an avatar.
That's all on tape. So,
US Howard.
hello. We, I have the I don't have the voice, but I have the pleasure to announce the last panel sponsored form, which here in the we will have Christine Pinswanger, who will be the second to talk. Christine Pinswanger, who studied architecture and then first job was Herzog de Meuron, where she became partner as the first generation of partners and the partner, I mean, for me, with maybe the most beautiful of the Herzog de Meuron projects. So no, I think it's really, if you will see, I mean, you all know these projects, you all love these projects. It's not someone who came to the party later, but she kind of made a lot of what we know today of Herzog de Meuron. That's why I'm very happy that you accepted to come and to speak about form. Of course, we had the first task, the first talk, and she said, "Yeah, but doesn't everything have a form?" And I thought, "Oh no!" I mean, Christine, Christine, yes, but I mean, she will then now talk about why it has these forms and what is the role of the form. And the other person I have here, Mark Lee, one of the founders and principals of Johnson, Mark Lee, is maybe the person I got to know with the most beautiful lectures about form and about also integrating art as part, like artworks and show artworks, and explain them as part as of your research. I remember once you gave a lecture where you showed images of people who throw balls, you know, like balls in the air and configurations. So the visual part and the form part is very explicit, not only in your work, but also in your lectures about architecture. And this is something you learned while you were assistant with Marc Angelil at ETH Zurich, of course. Before then you went to the States. And Marc Angelil and myself will try to have a very short kind of talk with you guys afterwards to then open the discussion to other people and then close it immediately again to go and have drinks to conclude. Oh, then we have a short conclusion about the whole, and then we deserve a lot of alcohol. So, in that sense, I look forward to your lectures and leave the mic.
Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. We set the time. Well, 40 minutes, right? No, 20. Yeah, typo. It's my first time in Karlsruhe. I arrived last night, and I have to say I was saddened by the news to learn about the passing of Anthony Vidler, a preeminent historian and writer, my friend and colleague during UCLA's time when he was the chair of the art history department. It was a bit of a blow because earlier, a few days ago, we learned about the passing of George Baird, the Canadian academic and writer, architect. Early in the week, Jacques Lucan passed away suddenly. So I think the world, our world is a dimmer place. But I pay my respects and my regards to all they have contributed to our field. John Louis Cohen, Robert Mangurian earlier this season. All of them great teachers. And speaking of great teachers, I couldn't be happier to hear Lars Lerup talk. I'd never had the privilege to be a student of his, but many moments of lectures, reviews, and discussions. I learned so much from Lars. There's so many things that stuck in my head, that kept on giving over time. Sometimes just small nuggets of wisdom. I remember one time, I forgot the occasion, but Lars was quoting the 14-year-old Walter Benjamin, who said that the strip of light beneath the door when his parents were entertaining, wasn't that the city? It was something that I could not continue to unpack over my head, just capture what the city is to one person at that moment. So thank you to those great teachers. I'm also really happy to be in this talk with Christine, with Mark, with Simon. I was a student of Herzog de Meuron, and so the work and the evolution was so important to my own and also to the thinking. I remember there was reading a quote by Christian Dior, who said that if haute couture is an orchestra, then Cristobal Balenciaga is the conductor. Whatever he do, we all follow. And I think to myself and to many of our generation, Herzog de Meuron plays an equivalent role in many ways. So I think all of our work pays a certain debt to their work. Marc Angelil, before I was his assistant, I was his student about 35 years ago. I was a student of his. I worked for Marc. I taught with Marc, taught for him, did research for him. So everything I knew, many of the things came from Marc. So if anything you disagree tonight, it was his fault. Simon, and I've known Simon for 15 years. We've been friends and occasional collaborators. Tonight I feel like it's like we're all in a Thanksgiving dinner, you know, you know, love and hate at the same time, you know. But I'm most excited about this, the prompt of this symposium, which stemmed from the need of a reaction of how the core of the profession is being defined from the outside, you know. And when I think about the history of our field, there certainly were reactions when the discipline is being expanded. You know, there were positions of resistance, there were positions of compliance, and certainly there were positions of reconciliation. One of the things that stood out to me was Philip Johnson's 7 Crutches of Modern Architecture. It was a lecture he gave to Harvard students in 1954, before you were there, Lars, where he talked about the 7 crutches: crutch of history, crutch of pretty drawing, utility, comfort, cheapness, serving the client, crutch of structure. For me, Johnson outlined these crutches as warnings, you know, warnings to the profession and warnings to the discipline. So I'm much more encouraged by, instead of warnings, this symposium suggested promises that emerge from within the discipline that could suggest approaches to ecological resilience, social inclusion, and economic responsibility. Now, when Simon invited me to participate in this theme of the promise of form, it's not an easy theme, because I thought, well, there's certainly form in all of the categories. There's a form of participation, there's a form for climate design, a form for circularity, and certainly a form for agency. So what is it about form? Is there a form of form? Is there a form that came from within the discipline, or a disciplinary form? So I think I started thinking about this by asking the question of how does form emerge from within the discipline and could promise approaches to ecology, society, and economics. So I couldn't help but go back to my own practice as an architect and reflecting on my own practice and how I could divide my projects. You know, these are the first group of our projects we ever did. And I would divide our projects as monumental form versus vernacular form. I mean, a very simplistic division. Monumental, I don't mean by the size of them, but maybe the legibility of form versus vernacular form that really melts into the surroundings. We started our practice with a series of projects, small projects in Moffat, Texas, after Nonojet passed away. And it was a series of renovations, additions, sometimes new buildings to support an writers and poets in residency program. Very much the context of the fabric as opposed to the more recognizable and monumental projects. Certainly historically, we know Camilo Sitte, 1889, city planning according to artistic principles, already begin to distinguish the difference between the monumental form of the churches, of the palaces, in relationship to the vernacular form of the city. It was also a time of its publication where the Industrial Revolution had already given rise to the economic, physical, and social transformation of the city. And Europe and the study of city planning were going through a state of transition, not unlike what we're trying to address with architecture in this symposium today. So Sitte began to contrast the effects of naturalism in the vernacular or the medieval city versus the rigor and the presence of the monuments. In the American context, where I predominantly work, in particular Los Angeles, the contrast between monumental form and vernacular form takes on a very different relationship than the Germanic or Italian models described by Camilo Sitte. I think Ed Ruscha's accordion book titled Sunset Strip, published in 1966, showed this famous stretch of Sunset Boulevard in Los Angeles, where he mounted a camera on the truck, drove back and forth, documented the north side of the street versus the south side of the street, presented upside down, but always aligned. 1973, he did the same for Hollywood Boulevard. It never was published until 30 years later. He rephotographed that street digitally in color this time and published as a series of book titled Then and Now, showing the juxtaposition and the change of the vernacular, whether it's a commercial vernacular or an industrial vernacular as opposed to a purely residential vernacular. You know, and it's very typical. Ed Ruscha in many ways is very democratic, very unemotional look at the world, a very deadpan, direct documentation of the changes of the city over 30 years. Another artist, photographer, Louis Bautz, did the same. You know, in the 70s, he began to, Louis Bautz is part of this new topographics movement, fascinated by the man-made landscape that were quickly taking over the agrarian landscapes, at least of Southern California. He published a book named New Industrial Parks Near Irvine, where he began to deal with the industrial zones, these business parks, focus on the familiar of the built environment, and begin to document these opaque and enigmatic facades of these new industrial parks, you know, resulting in a critical series of work that is to show these deceptively banal front views and captures, while at the same time capturing the detail and surfaces and textures of suburban sprawl. This is really a case where the vernacular has been monumentalized, at least within the art world. Architecturally, Frank Gehry was, you know, in a project such as Temporary Contemporary, begin to turn a former police car depot into a Kunsthalle of sorts. You know, begins to change the type while preserving it, not unlike his earlier project, Denzinger Studio, very, very opaque, very, very, very bold, that at the end begin to inform artwork itself. Like in this case, David Hockney's Hollywood frame with the Melrose Avenue. We'll go back to Rouchet for a second. There was a series of work that he did that also dealt with the change of time, titled The Course of the Empire. In the early 90s, Rouchet did a series of black and white paintings of these boxes with words on them. They basically are what Rouchet called, it's like traveling in an industrial park and visiting places that were cold and turned offish. He focused on the industrial buildings of LA, the simple, box-like utilitarian structures with no pretension to beauty, but still suggestive of the economic power and global reach of the economics behind them. Now, he did this series of black and white drawings, and then 2005, about 10 years later, he did another series of drawings that he revisited some of these black and white canvases. So this one was done in the 1990s, and this one was done in 2005. Course of the Empire showed how the work has changed. You still see the font of the previous one vaguely inscribed on the facade, but with new debris like chain link, you know. Or this is from the 1990s, 2005, the different languages that begin to incorporate in these boxes and the multiple ownerships, you know, the old and then versus the new signage, and also the change in the sky, the smoke-filled skies of the atmosphere beginning to change, suggested very subtly. Similar impulse to the then and now book of the Hollywood Boulevard. Now, going back to Los Angeles, I think Rouchet's vision is not unlike what we will find in LA. This is a project that we renovated when we first got there. It was this huge mattress sale sign that could have been done by Rouchet. So when I think about the work that was divided into the monumental and the vernacular, I'd like to show you quickly a series of work that we think is vernacular architecture. These are works that are not the work that Simon talked about when he saw our talk, but these are works that editors are not that interested in. But a lot of them were not published, but for us they were important moments of dealing with the existing fabric, transforming them. Oftentimes there are these box-like industrial structures that were built in the 30s or 40s, and they were turned either into art spaces, galleries, bookstores, art production spaces, or sometimes schools. You know, so that was before, this was after. You know, and a lot of these buildings, we basically deploy a strategy of abstraction, taking out certain things and really make the boxiness of the boxes even stronger. You know, so I think the Rouchet paintings has been an inspiration for us. And sometimes the buildings have some historical remnants that whether it be Art Deco buildings or classical buildings, that we, through a series of subtraction, abstract what it was before, or where there was an entry, we completely close it and have this kind of type of very monolithic presence within the city. For us, there's this kind of enigmaticness of Louis Bautz's work, that what used to be there but not there anymore that make one turn its head. Sometimes they are for retail, so it's a very different type of life in there. Sometimes it's a highly articulated classical building that we try to flatten. So on one hand, we try to elevate the boxes that were quite undistinguished, at the same time flattening some of these buildings that used to be more distinguished or were more articulated. While the exterior of these buildings tend to be more austere, I think the interior of these buildings, for us, it's almost the opposite of some of these muteness. Oftentimes, with galleries, they are flooded with light. Because of their use, they all tend to be white boxes galleries because they need to adapt to the different shows and different changes and different circumstances. And we try to focus more on the natural light and the proportions of the space, or how light are introduced, or the relationship between the main spaces and secondary spaces. We find these gallery spaces where its role is to be the backdrop of art, important to have a certain character. A character, not something that stands out, but a character that has a certain integrity, a character of material or proportion of light that is not the first thing that screams at you, which should be the art, but then it has the generosity to provide for the different installations, the different lives that would inhabit these spaces. And they're not just spaces for exhibition, they also have worked with artist studios where it's spaces for art production, Alex Israel or Sterling Ruby. Oftentimes some of the industrial materials of the original buildings are preserved, and then new type of materials are introduced as non-white box galleries. Or the studio that was founded by Sam Francis, they are now producing editions for artists, or stores, or bookstores. And this group of work actually influenced new buildings that we are also doing. Like this is in progress, this is a car design center near the airport, which is really an internal environment. It's a very secretive culture, how the cars are designed, in contrast to the muteness or the austerity of the outside. Or sometimes a renovation and addition to existing buildings. This is a university that has, in Orange County, that has 2 warehouse buildings that has been so-called gentrified, and we're turning that into a California Museum of Art, oftentimes stripping back the gentrification of these industrial buildings and returning them to light industrial buildings while adding on these type of boxiness, or repeating some of these boxes to create a new language. And this is one of the boxes is hosting a mural by Millard Sheets. So just to give a sense of how this notion of vernacular begin to inform both old and new work. So I'd just like to show one project today. And this is a project in Culver City in Los Angeles for the UCLA's Margot Levin Fine Arts Studio. Now this area used to be a light industrial area. Over the last 30 or 40 years has been slowly gentrified. In the architectural world, it's really known for the work of Eric Owen Moss, who did a lot of projects there. So this is the type of building surrounding the context that is still there, the original industrial buildings. And then this would be a snapshot of some of the buildings that Eric Owen Moss did. I think Jan one time somehow you were forced into this, I was too, forced into this dialogue with another architect, I think at the APFL, and I think Jan did a talk on Moss. So this is the reality, of this project that we're dealing with. There was an existing building, which was a warehouse that the Fine Arts Studio has occupied since the early 80s. Over time, smaller buildings like barnacles are being built around this building. There was an existing mattress factory with these 3 bays, and these small buildings were built over time. So we simply took a series of steps. One is to take away these temporary buildings that has been added around the original factory. We begin to build a new addition, like an L shape around it, that's with an elevated floor that makes everything the same level. And we basically wanted to keep the old facade, but bring the technique of a reinterpretation of the old facade as a new facade around the new part of the building, as well as reinterpreting the bowstring truss system as a glue laminated wood beam system for the new roof. So in this picture, you see the upper right is the existing building that we renovated, and then the L shape is the new building, slightly taller than the old building. So in this new building, you see a series of bays. There are 3 of the bays that are not, they're covered, but they're not insulated. So there are these outdoor spaces that are used for gardens or congregational spaces, as well as production spaces, like right next to the metal shop, right next to the ceramic shop, or right next to the wood shop. We tried very hard to preserve the light industrial quality of the building, but also to address how this light industrial use has beginning to change over time, but without gentrifying them, whether Eric Moss or other type of architects that begin to modernize them or constantly opening them up. So here you see a series of these covered but uninsulated spaces. This is the entry garden of the new building that's fully glazed, different type of glazing for the north and south, or this covered uninsulated garden that's right next to the metal shop, so the work is spilled out into these spaces. We have one next to the ceramic shop. We also looked into tilt-up construction. Tilt-up construction, which is concrete that's poured on the ground initially to reduce the amount of formwork that needs to be used, has a long legacy in Southern California, starting with Irving Gill to Rudolf Schindler in different scales. And certainly the original building of the mattress factory that we are adding on also utilized this tilt-up construction. So today, the difference with tilt-up in terms of the code is that you have to insert columns between the tilt-up construction. So for us is, how do we show the tilt-up concrete while accommodating the columns? So what we decide is the formwork of the tilt-up concrete actually assumes the shape and the scale of the columns, which is 2 feet, like 60 centimeters. So it's really, this is the lining, this series of scallops, 60 centimeters apart. They are poured in place. After it's cured, it's lifted in place. And then once it's lifted in place, the negative spaces are the columns. So we pour the columns with the formwork in between them. So here are the tilt-up being situated about 10 meters tall. The formwork is about 3 meters each, so there are about 2 expansion joints in between. Here you see the columns being poured. And our goal at the end is that it becomes a more monolithic surface, but when you look closely, you can see the difference between the poured-in-place, the tilt-up concrete versus the poured-in-place concrete in terms of its texture. There's certain parts that are tilt-up, but it's not sitting on the ground. It was poured on the ground, but it was hoisted and elevated and sitting on a beam. And also at the end, we have this ring beam all around where the glue laminated structure sits. So in many ways, it's not a counter statement to what Eric Moss is doing. I think this is, but I think for us, it's what Eric Moss' work is dependent on this work that we're doing. But rather than seeing that this type of more vernacular work as an antidote of what he's doing, I think that work plays off the contrast. If we can elevate the vernacular towards the monumental versus taking the monumental and reducing it back to the vernacular in the old sense where the classicism perhaps came from the church or basilica to the palazzo to the villa. I think there's another way of thinking about the urban vernacular that could rise up to something of a different integrity as the use and the city grows. I think in many ways this project we try to recapture what Louis Bautz was showing, just from the texture of the building, the harshness, the directness, or looking at it with a certain way, or looking at the vernacular with a certain way that gives it a certain degree of dignity. So 22 minutes, so 2 minutes over. Thank you very much.
Super, vielen Dank. Good evening. Thank you, Simon, Simon, for having me here. Although we are big, and although I'm there since 32 years, I have never been teaching and only rarely lecturing. I'm really kind of a doer. So apologies if the presentation is not as refined as others you have heard over the last 2 days. It's also great to be here with Mark. Mark has a history with Herzog & de Man, and we owe him certain things. One type of agency has not been mentioned so far, and that is that in architecture competitions you need doers, so people who dedicate themselves to quality, and he's one of these figures who has, I guess, really inspired many clients during certainly lengthy discussions evaluating proposals of architects. So, yeah, great to be with you here. And happy to have met you, Mark, and to have heard you. So what am I going to do here? Well, we can also stop it after this image. Somehow the question was, what's the importance of form, right? And Simon already said that. I guess we talk about more than form. But the city of Karlsruhe is obviously a proof over many centuries that form, or let's say decisive intention, in this case of geometry that was implanted, can do a lot in our environment. And yeah, so you have luck to study here. What else to say? I'm going to show you 2 projects. That's it. I chose 2 projects that are large scale because I was assuming probably, so that gives you a bit of a variation, what you see over the 2 days. I was assuming that there will be a lot of small scale, and of course doing large scale comes with very different pressures coming from clients, but also from cities and so on. So both of these projects are results of competitions that we've won, and there's also something to say, you know, in our profession compared to others, that we have to do, we're forced to do competitions to get large projects, and certain people think this is unjust, but in fact, it's one of the big freedoms we have as architects, because when we do competitions, we do projects more or less by ourselves or with the other people that we involve designing them, but the client is not there yet. So that means if you win a competition, your project is a quite powerful thing, and that's how the relation between a client and an architect starts. It's around this project, because the project was chosen completely different situation than, you know, starting from scratch or on a white sheet of paper. There are 2 projects of very different kind. One is a hospital that has been designed 10 years ago, or conceived, let's say. The competition was about 10 years ago, and is now advanced. I'll show you construction site offices, and obviously the promise of form, I thought this would maybe be a suitable answer. The other one is a project that is way older, which is the headquarters of a bank. So some of those who made money with real estate, especially with the development of Madrid in the years before the crisis. So this competition was just before the financial crisis, but they actually really pulled it through. And yeah, it's something between a little city and a building. So I start just shortly, if I had some general notes. Yeah, also 2 great clients. Not only because they picked us, but also the whole way through, and very, very different. In Denmark, well, first of all, Denmark is a different culture than Spain. It's flatter, not only in terms of country or topography, but also in terms of hierarchies. Whereas, of course, Spain is a rather, let's say, autocratic culture. And so that also goes into companies. So also you can compare a hospital with a bank. Anyway, so I tried to quickly explain the project. So hospitals, of course, are very complex projects. So to make it simple is quite a challenge. And in this case, we had actually a simple idea pretty quickly. So top right, you see a square. The white band has the length, or the facade length of how many patient rooms need to be filled in if I only do 2 floors of patient rooms. That would result in the square that you see on top, which is and then, you know, underneath you'd have the machine with all the functional units. You'll see it in a second. That is a very practical vertical circulation scheme, because the circulation is at the edges. So what we did is we pulled the cores in towards the center, so we could have an entrance hall that serves all 4 cores, and that created this shape. And that is a relatively recent picture of it. So it's a very horizontal, flat building, of course, reacting to the fact that they had a large site, and we are in a very open, natural landscape. We're in the suburb of Denmark, of Copenhagen, I'm sorry, or it's actually not true. It's a town, but a small town north of Copenhagen. And so here you see now this band. It's 2 floors high, and then in between, in the inside of the band, you see a mat with all functional units apart from the bedrooms. So the core of the hospital, treatment, diagnosis, surgery, all of these things. And then you see courtyards that bring light into this base. So it's a super functional base with a kind of frivolous bedward arrangement on top. And you can imagine it was a relative risk we went into when we submitted this competition. One, it's super large and, you know, wide or long ways, paths. And secondly, we really didn't know if it was okay to have a corridor that makes a curve when you circulate with a bed. So sometimes you have to be courageous, just in something you believe, go ahead, and then it can be in or out. But when it's in, you know, in this case, everybody actually loved it, and they're very proud now to have a hospital that has an identity compared to the safe choice we could have also made. So 2 stories and landscape. We even come up with the landscape to make it a 1-story entry, so extremely horizontal. You see that same thing in a section. So I'm not sure. Yeah, you see at the very end, those 2 pitched roof building parts are the bedrooms, and in between is the full machine of treatment. We're talking about 600 beds. It's a normal hospital, acute hospital. So with all the functions and the courtyards that are sunken in to provide them with light. This hospital is number 3 in our curriculum. So we have had tested the courtyard typology once 20 years ago, a bit more in Basel with a small 20,000 square meter unit. And then the children's hospital was just like about a year before this one. And so it's really like it's a bit of a trilogy of hospitals. Obviously, you know, these structures need to be extremely functional. And so the plinth that you see here analyzed in different dimensions is basically a kind of a cross scheme, you know. Things in the plinth have to move in all directions. It's all orthogonal streets, all orthogonal rooms that also manifest themselves to the outside with an orthogonal facade, and then the courtyards that come in very regular rhythms. You see, sorry. I can't go back, it looks like. Yeah. You see the four cores that, you know, from that original scheme you just, I showed earlier. And then you see in between this entrance hall that does nothing more than natural flow from people. After they come in, they're led to those four vertical elements. So that's the only kind of not rectilinear situation in that base. And then this differentiation between this plinth and this hospital machine and the bed wards, which is more like where people live, that has a bit of a connotation to really housing, is different, is two different types of architecture, also two different types of geometry. And we even left the edges of the large cross, if you wish. The very ends are left empty, so they could be filled up later, which is pretty sure will happen. You know, people want to grow all the time, but often, you know, when you have to provide buildings with expansion facilities, you have to add wings. And here they were okay with us saying, let's not build the whole thing from the start. We say hospitals are like cities, and I think this plan, you don't have to try to identify any specific space in here, but you see that they're really like city maps, that you know, it's all about orientation, you know, having clarity, and of course courtyards that provide daylight give you also orientation. The lobby now under construction, so it's a space that is filled with light, which is often in a hospital exactly not what you have. Hospitals are have been dominated in the recent years by artificial lighting. So, and we also have in some of our hospitals the integration of artworks. In this case, it's a work by Pipilo Tiris. She will project at night onto such a garden her colored projections, which I think in this particular case for this function will be really amazing. Nights are a nightmare in hospitals because they are long, there's nobody around, and so I think it's a very poetic contribution of hers. The plan above with the curved corridors, so eight bedwards served by 4 cores. I'm telling you these things also a little bit to talk about practicalities that we have to apply in our job. So yeah, logic, you know, things like this. And yeah, the use of a daylight to lead people through these huge structures. So down there, down the stair, you see the hall we just were in, and then you're led up through stairs that are at the facades that face that inner garden that you have now understood by now. And now we're inside the bedwards, so relatively simple construction, also by the way, relatively simple detailing, window and so on. It's not a meticulously detailed building, but it's a very okay built, affordable hospital. And so you get a sense for what this means. you also understand that, of course, a curved corridor in a hospital is a fundamental difference in experience, because normally you have these long ones and you just see doors left and right and you are frightened by not getting to the end or having to go to the end. And so this illusion is quite nice. They all are interrupted to have relationships to the inner gardens. All rooms are single rooms. That's a tendency in today's hospitals. So relatively small rooms, but they all have a large window, they have a door, they have a little balcony, so really not like the chic private clinic, but a generous offer for everybody. So these are is a general hospital, of course. The inside will be planted. We work with Günther Vogt and his team here. So all these holes that lead down and provide daylight are actually kind of hidden behind vegetation. And that's about the situation like 2-3 weeks ago when I was there. So competitions, by the way, are also promises that we have to deliver on. So here I get the feeling we might get close. And yeah, this image just to show its simple build. And I really like this one because, so here you're standing in front, obviously, of one of these ends of these curves, and you see the next one, and you feel this dimension and this kind of also vanishing, not fully understanding the full size in any location that you are in. And I finish with this slide, which shows six large hospitals that were built in Denmark in the last decade. It's incredible. They have really, I think, built 16 new hospitals within a decade. So they really decided we're going to renew our health system and let's go. And they made competitions and so on. And it's a little bit disappointing that most of them just keep doing what we've done in the last decades. But it also shows how courageous the ones were that picked the bottom right plan. The second one, an older project that was finished in 2015, started in 2007. The complex, by the way, in Hiller, just so these large buildings like, this is like 9,000 people that are coming every day, and it's about 4,500 rooms. So, yeah. Here we're talking about 6,000 employees that come every day. So this bank, BBVA, has been living in the city center in different buildings, and that's also something very typical that happens. Same is with Roche, for example, in Basel. You know, large companies want to bring their people together into one location, and then they build these campuses. And so the only campus that BBVA at that time found, and they wanted to absolutely be on Madrid territory for, I guess, tax reasons or something, was this site. By the way, I also show you these two projects, but both of them haven't been published extensively yet. This one, so they found this half-built business park under construction and said, okay, we're going to make this competition. We'll ask the architects. They're going to figure out what to do with these pre-existing structures. This was, let's say, a bit a while ago. We might have had even a different answer today, but still. This is on the highway, not far away from the airport. There was nothing, just simply nothing to relate to. So not a very interesting, like, okay, we're going to this Spanish capital and we're doing something. So it was really this type of, you know, potentially problematic exercises. So it was clear to us we have to develop this thing from inside out. There's nothing from outside that would really inform us. And so the idea that came up relatively quickly was to say we do a flat carpet we do a carpet of buildings where collaboration is focused, let's say, two to three stories high, where people really see each other, although they are in different buildings. And we wanted to make like kind of a grid of building, garden, and so on. And then secondly, we said, okay, but they need some kind of center, because otherwise it's the infinity or something like this. And so we cut out a hole, not quite a circle, and then made a tower out of the hole in order to be visible. We were assuming they want some visibility if they're going to this location with their staff moving out of the city center. So yeah, that's the general principle. Of course, this gesture of, geometric forms cut into other nature, other type of city fabrics is something we know from other places, but also from Madrid, Plaza Mayor on the left side, and then of course the arenas in Spain, so culturally related. The act of cutting is culturally related, even if it's physically something completely else. Of course, the idea was also then to collect, like the gardens in the south, to collect the water and redistribute the water, and that the central square would have a function for that purpose, and that's an early model of KIT-Fakultät. So we have all these linear gardens with these channels that will grow in size. You'll see that in a second, but this kind of very simple idea of a building and a garden for everyone who is sitting in this bank. So that was the competition entry model. You see very dense, very fine buildings, plants in between, and then this tower. Yeah, that was the competition entry section, because the floor has, the territory has an inclination. These buildings have, irregularities in section, and we thought this will probably be enough of a variation that will happen, and then we already had this idea to bring that tower also down into the ground. In plan, these were the existing structures, so loose blocks of shapes. We didn't know exactly where they came from, some kind of city block shapes, but isolated from one another. So we decided to demolish half of them in order to really create something new and keep the one half of them. And then compared to this scheme, you see we had them just laying next to this carpet scheme. And then after we had one, we realized that we needed, or we wanted to integrate them more into the overall scheme. And this is what happened. So we decided to cut out certain things of these structures, but also to fill in, to create also in the pre-existing zones these linear communal spaces, outdoor spaces, alleyways, gardens. And at the end, we think that part has actually become the most interesting one, also because you see in the left part of the drawing, these gardens and the wings have become much fatter. They were just too slim, too theoretical probably, and so they wanted these 60-meter bands and so on, which then increased the size of the gardens. So something nicely said, quickly said, and then you have to do it. And this was a moment of during construction, and we had to, cut differently where we knew it's going to be a facade, or cut where you want to then fill in. So we would stick the keep the iron inside to be able to paste better. So complicated, and that was the situation when all the demolition was finished, before we then filled it up, which is now on the right side. Also, we needed to deliver this project in 2 phases. So the first phase needed to be accomplished at a certain time, and then they moved in, where whilst the second phase was then still under construction. So that's what you see here. The existing structures were also for us the information for the design of the facade of the overall. So you understood we wanted to make a new whole. We didn't want any employees later say, I'm working in the old part or I'm working in the new part. So this kind of trying to swallow these structures was important to us. So what we did is we basically just put the new glass inside, left these relatively banal and cheap structures visible from the outside, and then filled them with a series of, brise-soleil, in the beginning just straight. But then we realized we wanted to cut them out so you had a better view from outside in and from inside out. This is a situation, for example, where you see two pre-existing buildings and in between a new part. And of course, these pre-existing buildings, given the slope, were also in different heights. So the new parts are also trying to connect and create it actually really interesting moments. So that's how it feels with the view through on a ground floor. And then some views from the outside. I'm trying to make that a bit quicker. Talking about Egon Eiermann yesterday. So this tower is oriented full south, which meant that we could make a projection horizontal out towards the south and didn't have to have any brise-soleil on the normal sized floors, whereas the other side is a full north, resulting in a absolutely transparent building. The building is also very narrow. I mean, this tower is 15% of the overall area, which explains why they've let us do some things you couldn't probably do if it was a tower-only scheme. Yeah, you see this, the thinness of it and the nakedness to the north. And now we're going quickly inside. I'm already late, huh? So you see big wide blanks in the pre-existing structures. This was, they wanted already in phase one, they needed to have their trading room, 600 guys in one room. Then they needed a big restaurant, like a canteen that they wanted to have. So it was really complicated. We did kind of two schemes, one behind the other. And so that is how this this street here is like Broadway or Diagonal, right? One of the old pre-existing schemes where we cut in a new linear street. Yeah. No brise-soleil on the inside, so you see really across these fingers, basically from one end to the other. So it's this ambiguity between being, you know, in an individual part, but at the same time having a feel for the whole. This is a situation in one of the gardens with the pre-existing buildings where you can identify the architecture. Or then a new one, of course, the planting. These images are rather early after finishing. I'll show you at the end a couple of images or a film that is recent. Of course, these gardens are there in order to, you know, provide outdoor space in this wonderful. Madrid is very cold and very hot, but there is a time that's really nice to be outside, so people can work in there. You see on the right side a pre-existing structure, and on the left side a new structure. So this intention to make them very similar but still recognizable. We're getting to the central square. On that central square, of course, we have all the communal functions, and you can circulate around it on ground and on first floor. So this is really where you connect the different things together. We already had this wish in the competition. This was actually a competition rendering of 2007, so we have to go back, I think. We are all doing these super refined, not so nice renderings, as mentioned earlier. So more conceptual imagery, and we had this desire to bring this down, and we actually did. So what you see here in this picture, this whole is actually going down to the cistern that is, nurturing, having the water system. But also down there is a press room, so you're sitting basically under this tower that is, potentially rolling over you. Then the other folly we had in the tower was that we said we want the staircases to be at the edges and circulate around this round form. Here we had even wilder ideas, but we did manage to get this through to the very end. You see it a little bit here on the left side. It's like this game, where the Kugel runterrollt. So that stair ends up in the open space. The base of the tower is open space. So obviously because it sits on the square, right? So you can circulate through, and this is the beginning or the end of this stair. We're also celebrating Ivan Ban and his exhibition that opened last night here with these couple of pictures. So a pretty incredible fantasy of an architect. The floor plan in this tower is super banal. The beauty is that it's only 10 or 11 meters wide, and both halves of the core are actually a standard size of office. So very, you have 4 or 5 offices, or it's open plan depending on the floor. So it has a beautiful, actually intimate scale. Also, it's in a tower, and then there's of course communal function also here. That's a restaurant up in the tower, and then the top end of the building. No columns, just the concrete that makes obviously the arch. Well, later we needed a facade and curtains and so on, but I think it's still wonderfully there to be in this space above the city. And now we can already gather. This will now just run. No, it's not long. It's like a minute, but we can sit together. This film was made this spring. It was, we filmed 40 of our buildings for the exhibition we had at the Royal Academy. We wanted to go back and, especially see old buildings and how are they doing?
So nice to see this one also. It's not, I see the scheme, but seeing it finished.
Yeah.
So it says moderator on my. Is it on? Yeah. It's good. It's good. It's good. You can hear me? Yes. I mean, that's not me. No. It says moderator on my name, so I can directly hand over to Marc.
That's your privilege.
Oh, yes, to do one of your beautiful summaries. I think you start talking, then it should work. No?
Perfect. It's your privilege. Thanks a lot. It's a great pleasure to be with the two of you on stage, and thank you for your presentations. I need to correct something about Marc Lee and Marc Angelil, because he never worked for me. We worked together. And I learned an unbelievable amount from you. One of the things I learned is that, the number 5 is extremely important in every lecture. So my lunch presentation had 5 themes. All your lectures have 5 themes, but not today. And then I have only 5 slides. Okay? And by now you should be able to read my writing. Okay? So those are the notes that we took down. Marc Lee and I worked on the lectures that I had to deliver in the first year course. Okay? And there was one lecture on form. And what you need to know is he didn't speak German, but I had to deliver the lectures in German. It was very funny. And on Saturdays, we often went to Basel, and we rented bicycles to visit your work. Okay? So this was the Saturday program. Sunday program, we played chess. And since we had to prepare a lecture on form, you were referencing Marcel Duchamp, who loved chess games, but he was interested in the form of the figures moving in space. Do you remember? And so I kept all this in mind, and I thought I would share 2 quotes that you used at the time for my lectures, okay, on form. But before I do that, you also asked us that we needed to summarize the whole conference, which Mark Lee didn't attend at the beginning, so you will have no idea whether we are telling the truth or not. So I think I need to quote 2 people who said the same thing. Charlotte Truvant, where is she? Back there. And then Jan repeated the whole thing again. You said, form is our expertise. Okay? The 2 of you said that. Okay? I think this is, I know. It's just by miracle you said exactly the same thing, okay? Which I think is interesting. And then Christine said, the most sustainable building is a beautiful building. That was also yesterday. I thought this was extremely interesting. And how does it look was a recurrent theme throughout the conference. So somehow this thing preoccupies us, okay? This issue of form. During our conversations in preparation for today, and by the way, thank you for sending your slides on time. First you said, everything has form. Do you remember that? And then you said something extremely interesting. You said, maybe we need to talk about Gestalt. Okay? And I thought, this is interesting because it's a term, it's a German term originally, but it is used in English, both as a noun and as an adjective. Okay? But in German, it is also used as a verb, gestalten. Okay? And this verb is extremely important because it takes us to the Entwurfsprozess, to what we do. So I'm starting to move in a direction where I think probably Gestalt is really the right term. And there is a Gestaltwillen, you know, a desire to create something that is much more than just, you know, the visual appearance of something. So this was the first thing. Then form follows function. Okay, this was Mark Lee preparing my lectures. Okay, so he said, Mark, you have to start there. It is ETH Zurich, first year course. I said, okay, yeah, why not? But we will have to move beyond it. Okay? And we were, you know, this was when I was educated, this was our mantra. Okay, I mean, we were forced to think that. Okay? But it's not a bad thing. And so he prepared this text from 1896 from Louis Sullivan. He also loves to quote. Okay, so somehow I learned from him. So it is the pervading law. So Sullivan talks about a law of all things organic and inorganic, of all things physical and metaphysical, of all things human and all things superhuman, of the manifestations of the head, the heart, the soul, that life is recognizable in its expression, that's form or Gestalt, that form ever follows function, this is the law. Okay. Fantastic. This is a beautiful text, and we shouldn't spit on it. Okay? So this, you provided me with this. Okay? Then you came up with Kazimir Malevich, 1927, so a few decades later. And it's a totally different thing. It's form follows feeling. Okay? I thought, what? Are we going to present that at the ETH? Form follows feeling. So a chair, a bed, a table are not matters of utility. So this is interesting. They are not matters of utility. but rather the forms taken by plastic sensation, so the generally held view that all objects of daily use result from practical considerations is based upon false premises or promises. Feeling is the determining factor, and thus arrives at non-objective representation. The so-called materialization of a feeling in the mind really means a materialization of the reflection of that feeling in form or in Gestalt. Wow. I said, Mark, do you really want me to say that? So this was pretty good. Okay, let me skip this one. And then obviously we had to go back to Vitruvius, and I was very surprised that yesterday in the climate session, Philippe Rahm referenced back to Vitruvius, but if you read Vitruvius carefully, you realize that it's utilitas, venustas, and firmitas are in reference to form. So form follows firmitas, form follows utilitas, form follows venustas. And it's not just one, it's not just function or feeling, it's the three together, which takes us already closer to the notion of Gestalt, but we need to understand that Vitruv had this vision of form a priori resulting from something else, and in this case from three themes. This was also from the lecture. I'm just repeating what I said 30 years ago. So then form follows economy. We talked about that today. There were also quotes on that. Form follows you. That was the participation section yesterday. And then Charlotte, forms follows fiction. I didn't know you would say that, but it was already there, okay? Because you ended your lecture on fiction. So somehow form is starting to bring all the things together. And then Mark said at the time, sorry, I'm blaming you on everything, forms follows form. I said, this is fantastic. Form follows form. This is this in-rooted, deep typological morphology that we carry with us, that is replicated again and again in form, but in various variations. And then the common denominator of all the above is obviously form. Form runs through everything, being a sine qua non of architecture. Okay? This is our expertise. Just remember that. It is our expertise. We are the only one who knows to do that, without which there is nothing. Okay? Without which there is nothing. And when I stumbled on the nothing, I thought of this nothing cards by Gordon Matta Clark. Okay? Gordon Matta Clark studied architecture at Cornell. He had also Werner Seligman as his professor, so form follows function was also in his blood, but he was also exposed to Colin Rose, who was interested in form. So it's interesting, the interesting guy who became an artist, okay? And he wrote form follows function, okay? Form follows function. This is super interesting. This is a full attack on Sullivan, okay? And this is 1973. Unfortunately, he died 5 years later. And then, when we were talking, I thought this is wrong, okay? Because it should be function follows form. Okay? So we need to turn it once more around. And ultimately, we should say form does not follow, it instigates. It is much more active, okay? It's not a passive creature, it participates in the making of what you called Gestalt. So, those are my summary notes of what I discovered, and I tried also to summarize the conference.
Thank you. I think, Mark, you have to, little Mark, you will have to. Mark Lee. Yeah, you have to at least have the chance to reply.
Well, first of all, thank you, Mark, for such a great summary, and thank you for reminding me that I was such a straber back then. Yeah, I'm more relaxed now. Yeah. But I think this this notion of form, I mean, has been prevalent, at least in today's discussion, although I haven't seen yesterday's. And you know, thinking about these, I don't know if you might remember, as we were switching out, you know, what form follows. There was one point before the fallow came out, we tried to replace it with another word that starts with an F, a profanity, you know. But you, huh?
Go for it.
No, Kuha said fuck context. So okay, so yeah, it was the quote, yeah. But that was that moment that we looked into it. I mean, I think this is a serious matter. I think also Jan asked that question in earlier sessions. I couldn't help but also think about the old adage that we're all formalists, but we just have different ways of lying about it, you know, and how well you lie about it. And not to take it in any facetious way, but perhaps there is an ultimate goal for Venustas, but Fermitas and Utilitas became the crutches for it in Philip Johnson's work. You know, I think what Mark was presenting becomes presented a much more dynamic way of seeing the different functions of that. But I think it helps situates where form could reside. And I sometimes when we had the discussion over the Zoom, I always thought in the American context, form was more attributed purely to geometry, you know, maybe beyond materiality and such, you know. So for me, I think like seeing Christine's projects today, from an American point of view, I would think, oh, I was looking at the hospital and thought, I would, if I describe it as clover leaves, you know, I would say, oh, one is smaller than the other. Where did that come from? I thought that was kind of fascinating. Or the Madrid project, I thought of the form of, or maybe the organizational structure of the MAT building, you know. Is there, I always think of like the type, is there a limit to that type? You know, is Free University too big, you know? Maybe Otto van Eyck's is too small for you. But I thought, when I see Free University now and see Norman Foster's egg in there, it helps with orientation. You know, it's a form of gestalt for me. Maybe it's against that type, but in a way that your Madrid building already does that with the cut and then the object that you place in. Yeah.
I actually was rushing a bit, if I can make that one additional explanation. When you have, you know, the plan in mind, you know, they wanted us, of course, to make this also a completely flexible structure that could be, that they could sell pieces, either a whole wing or a half wing or so on, which leads, of course, to this distribution of cores throughout the entire thing. But what we also found really great about this is, of course, that it's very monolithic right now, you know, with this, and we even make the fence right around it. And it's so interesting, when we finished it, there was still the dress code of, you know, the finance world. And shortly after, there was a new CEO, and he said, over with this. And right now, already, the ambience in this campus is a completely different, just because of different clothes. But of course, our dream, you know, is that both these projects have a long life and can be repurposed, you know, as they go. And so I think this, you know, this is one thing that is really also stressful when you're working on these large projects. You know, like when is something too big? But to explore this and to you know, we should talk about failures too, I heard.
No, we don't have to talk about failures. What intrigued me about the two presentations today that I very much enjoyed is that you both showed very flat buildings. Okay? And those flat buildings have the quality of what you call, Mark, a vernacular form. Okay? In both cases, and it becomes even clearer when you begin to connect to these anonymous buildings that were existing on site. And there is this famous essay by Alison Smithson, okay, 1974 in AD, on the MAT building, you know, how to read and recognize MAT buildings, okay, that have their origins. So it's field buildings that have their origins in vernacular architecture of North Africa and in the Middle East. I mean, the Team 10 was obsessed by that. And I'm fascinated by the fact that, you know, now many years and many decades after Team 10, that subject matters comes back in many of your projects, also in your children's hospital in Zurich. And then there is the monumental form. And I would argue in both projects. In your case, it's the circle in the bank, the oval, okay, that's clearly made for visibility, okay, so that you see that bank from the freeway. And in your case, it's in the context with the tower next door by Eric Olmos. Because this is where suddenly the verticality and the horizontality of the two schemes play, in your case in one scheme and in yours in the context. He's the moderator, you have to follow him.
They took my microphone. It will not happen. Oh, let's stay a moment. And then, no, to wait a second. No, I would like, no, I think it's before. I would like to stay a moment with the forum, because I still think that forum is an interesting and also less kind of overused term than Gestalt, and that's why I like it. And when Christine, you showed the project, which honestly, it's the first time I understood it, because it was one of these projects where I thought, more not their best, you know. And because I think that the whole, all the images I have seen, the whole Brise Soleil topic is so dominant. But that's totally not the project, and that's what I thought is very interesting in this project, that the architectural work is basically 90% to avoid Brise Soleil through the shaping of the rest of the building. But what is then the flashy image, which everyone, I think, connotates with the project, is this Brise Soleil part, which I think is anecdotal to it. No? So I totally understand your remarks, and I also thought when you then showed the loop of the stair, how impressive, I think, for buildings like that it is, if you have the feeling they continued to design on construction site. I don't know if it's true, no, but that certain things, I imagine, of this project you only understood once built. Yes, it feels a bit like that, and I think that's a quality which I think is rare for, you said, when is it too big? When should we stop? I think this is what remains or lets it inside the architecture and not kind of just big repetition of volumetries. And I thought especially this stair, which is a bit of a hamster wheel sidewise, but that then you have in a project like that with all these topics, I think totally not anecdotal topic of that stair, which gives you an interesting start and an interesting end of the building, which makes the tower the somehow opposite of a tower as a scheme. So it's the first time I thought, yes, there is so much more interesting things about the forms of this building than what I stupidly didn't see so far, but which also makes it, I think, one of the works which is totally in line with this research of the potential of form, and also of finding within architectural shapes and forms new, interesting ways to make them, make spaces public, make them active in the whole composition. I think this is what I thought is interesting for me in that project. I learned from the work on form, because it must be can't one after the other. You see and you do and you understand and you continue. So it's a lot about finding also. For forms, it's also a term you used.
I mean, I can elaborate a little, like one dimension we haven't, or like why I wanted to also just show two projects is, you know, also for the people who are in the learning period of their career. You know, I think form or gestalt has so many levels. You know, I didn't touch on how things are built and so on, but I mean, it really, there's so many different aspects of our profession where we have formal questions. And I mean, I'm not sure this is not gonna live, is this gonna live somewhere online? Anyway, when, I don't know if I didn't say what the shape of this tower is. You know, the shape is basically the shape of a circle drawn by hand, right? It's not an oval. It's not a Platonic form. And at the same time, we designed this table that is a table drawn like same shape. And actually in the boardroom, they have the monumental size of that table in this shape. And it was really interesting. We were somewhat happy that they went for this. This is so between building and object or furniture and so on. And shortly before we were finished, they said, guys, we do need a head of table. And then we cut it just on one side. So they had because that's the whole point, that this shape, the table in this shape is a table that is not monumental like a round table, but is more like sitting around a fire or so. And something is also in this tower. No, it's not a circle.
Okay, this is a great conversation, and we are all but I think before we open to the public, we need to also address, you know, what was addressed in the previous session. You know, when is form co-opted? Okay? Because that happens as well. You know, when the a priori image of how the form should be, as established within certain circle, puts pressure on the production of architecture as well. Okay? Not in your cases. Okay? I'm not using your cases, but that subject matters would need to be addressed as well.
I think that's a great point, Mark. I think there's also hearing from earlier discussions, I think there's a difference between the production of form and the reception of form. You know, I think what you talked about, you know, the relationship of what form follows tend to, you know, relate to the production of the form itself. And Christine talked about the oval drawn by hand. You know, I thought of Otto van Eyck said you can draw a circle with a compass versus drawing it by a template. It's very different. The circle might be the same, but one form is about the center, the other is about the outside. Two different energies. So how does that relate to the reception of that form? You know, I think there is a gap, and I think that gap is important, you know, because what architects want as form might not be what the others want as form. I remember 1989, the constructivist architecture at MoMA was in a way a death knell to that so-called expressionist work, or exorbitantly expressionist work. In the US, there was a recession in the early 90s, and people begin to associate minimalist work with an architecture of frugality or economic responsibility. We now know minimalist architecture is not inexpensive, right? What Nehru said, cost a fortune to make Gandhi look poor, right? So, but where is that gap between production and association, or reception? I think maybe end of that decade, Gary made some suggestion that maybe Bilbao we can build with that exuberance, but with a smart way of building or communicating with builders can achieve that. I don't know if that gap will eventually be bridged, you know, whether as opposed to being two different universes.
I would like to then give you the microphone. I swear I will do it, but not yet, not yet. So, so you, at least that's what you tell us, you know. You said, form, I have to look at the forms I designed in my office. And then you showed us all these forms, and what then you showed in the end is a totally different thing than the forms you showed in the beginning. Because I think there are different stages in life. And I hoped that then Christine would come with the Tavole project, like we did it first, like the concrete in situ, and you know, but that would have been too funny. But what I thought is that it is also one of the realities of this frugal generation, the late frugals, that they made their whole cultural capital with exuberance, with all your shapy houses. And I remember once you said, if a client gives me $15,000, I make sure I use them somehow he will not notice. You know, make a window a little bit bigger than possible, you know, but not something the client would notice. You correct me if that is a wrong citation, I think. and I think that is really stretching this question of how is a form conceived, what is your interest by doing it, and what is the, how is it perceived, is I think a very important, or the important question for me is who is there to then judge if the form is like good enough, you know? And we had before the discussion of, you mentioned the Salk Institute and the client who says, not good enough, not good enough. So once you build up a reputation, which is so big that you can come and work with operations of a bit frustration or frugality by saying you wanted to have a new headquarter, and what I give you is something which looks like a warehouse, but signed by Johnson Mark Lee. I think it's also an operation where we have to be as critical as you were, Charlotte, with the economic base of what is the next generation, you know, able to do when it comes to, I mean, how many here will now start to do a box with three, you know, like a pattern and say, that is good design, and maybe they lose the ability to like fight long enough with forms to then establish that master, you know, that skill level you need to then say, I stop here, this is enough. I think this is for a kind of both of the offices and both of the presentations today. I think it's important to also talk about a later phase, a phase where you accumulated so much kind of like cultural capital that you can say, I don't need someone to tell me when it's good. I will not go kind of, if I tell a client, this is what you need, he will believe me. And I think this is a very different game. We also looked at then, if we talk about housing and about market economy. So I think I'm so at the end of my voice that if no one of you wants to keep the microphone from Lars, then I would hand it over.
Sorry, I'm intrusive. One thing that struck me about Gestalt is, and I lead it back to Gestell, that was discussed by Heidegger. It means to stellen, etwas stellen. And when I think about that hand-drawn circle, I see it that as a demonstration of both stellen and a Gestell and Gestalt. It's all embedded. But when I look at the mat, I have to invent another language that is not covered under Gestalt. It's under some other form that is looking for a word. So that's what I would like to say about that project. Then I want to talk about Mark in Los Angeles. Yeah, I can include you too, because you were in LA too. And it struck me that when you took those buildings in what you call the vernacular, you were essentially an editor. You edited the building by removing things, just like editors do, and adding things, and asking for more clarity. I don't know how much you have worked with. I have worked a lot with editor, because since I speak Swedish, I've learned how to write English the hard way. Just a comment on form.
I see you. No, you take the microphone. Yes.
Without addressing the question or to talk to a student, they are like in the other half of the room. Yes. And we are amusing ourselves very well. But do they amuse themselves? Good point.
But, so, how are you amused? Yeah, I will leave these to someone else. Who would like to take over the microphone? This is the skillful art of the mother asking the father, why don't you ask the children in front of the children? And then they don't say anything. So it's frustrating. Yes, please. Yes, please.
Very recently, I attended the opening lecture of the EAR series at the ETH Zurich from Lutyens Padmanabhan, and they talked a lot about form actually, and they ended with somehow wrapping up, and I'm quoting from remembering, so not exactly, that it's still great to have joy in designing things. And you, while having joy, doing your work as an architect, you can still be a responsible human being in terms of like having all these polycrises that we talked about in your mind. So my question would be how the students feel about this. Do they still have joy in designing and like forming the environment? Or if it's rather like being desperate about all the crises we talk about?
So, now we could ask someone tries to pass as a student here. Would anyone like to help Jan and myself? We don't beat them, I swear you. Yes, but that's the, come on, Marian. Ah, you knew it, I will point. No. Do you still enjoy it? No. Hey. I think we don't have to go. I think that this is a wonderful moment to thank all the guests we had. And we can then do big applause, not everyone now, please. The end. I would like to use that moment also to thank, first of all, Mariana Santana and Federico Coricelli, who did the whole organization with me, and then there we had this kind of sounding board of Anna Maria Meister and Marc Angelil, who helped us to shape the topics and to be as interesting as we could. And then I hope she's somewhere here, Anne Lozansky, but very probably not. She is already preparing something. Anne Lozansky and Joseph is here, yes, Joseph Carica and Rafael Kadit are here, and then, of course, all the Hivis and their friends who helped us to have a very professional 2 days. That is an applause, please. For the rest and the talks and the drinks, I think we just go outside now to the bar, which is here, and I'm very happy that this event took place. Thanks again for all the lectures. They're all sitting still in the audience, most of them. It was great. It was, for me, an honor and a pleasure to have you all. Thank you.